If I can see Tomoe is currently muted, I'm just going to assume they're just trying to be quiet.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be quiet.
Gotcha.
Quiet.
Last we left off, a few things happened. We had communions with deities. We had communions with, other companions in a far-off location. We've had communions with a red cap. And subsequently, a very, we'll say, twisted conversation after Sofir had insisted on taking the blame for the unfortunate death of a rather, we'll say, eccentric kobold. Farewell, random kobold. I cannot remember your name.
Gone.
My precious baby.
It was not.
Insert name here.
Noodle Boobs? Who was that?
Noodle Boo.
Who Noodle Boo?
Noodle Boots will one day
return.
There's a
Someday.
noodle boss.
Someday. Either way, after getting some interesting encouragement from said Redcap, Natsu has definitely grown, though in ways that our dear Sofir would probably not enjoy, as well as awakening some latent infernal blood within themselves. With all this having been said, I do believe at this point we would start moving to the present, which is going to be a little bit further than where we left it off last time. Gonna have a little bit of a time jump here.
Yay.
Ooh, time
But-
jump.
Time skip.
Yeah, just by like a few hours. But we're going to skip ahead to Runara coming back after putting the kobold to rest, as it were. So, with that, you guys are allowed to load up the session. Just so
Yay.
you'd be allowed to move stuff around, because I know people
Wait.
like to do that.
I'm still making my character.
Time to move everything around.
Mm-hmm.
Hooray. It's the map, it's the map, it's the map, it's the map.
It's the map. It's the map. It's the map.
Oh man,
Enters
isn't that
as-
fun? And copyright.
Right.
Our singing's not good enough for that. Well, mine is. Well, mine
Launch
isn't.
game as reborn character.
Reborn character?
Yes.
Well, do you know if you launch it that way, it is going to label you as said character when you roll your dice.
Yes, I know. There's a red cap. We can see him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on the thing, but none of your characters can see him.
Why won't you just let me
Stares
stab him?
directly.
Like
Stares
that.
directly.
Surround him.
Realizes he could actually see him.
I swear, the second I see that red cap, he is so stabbed.
He will be violently destroyed.
Okay.
Remember, we can't see gods. Unless they want us to see them, of course.
Okay, so you said Runara came back. Are we all still like in the same area after those hours have passed, or
That I would allow you guys to decide of where you guys would be, after a few hours had passed.
well, Sofir definitely would
like-
not be near Natsu because he wants to give her space,
I
so
feel
he's
like
going to the
We
library.
would. I feel like I would be going for trying to figure out how to get to the other side of the lake.
Mm-hmm. You get to this supposed cave. Okay.
Trying to find transportation or something.
Mm-hmm. Kelly, what do you be doing?
Do what now?
Well, it's we're doing a little bit of a time skip here of a few hours. What would your character have done in those few hours?
Been with Renara
Okay.
and burying my child.
Mm-hmm. So you'll be over here.
Yeah.
So these guys would likely be over within library as well. They generally tend to stick with each other.
Eeny, meeny, and miny.
I returned.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello,
Nice.
returned. Hello, returned. I'm
Um,
dead.
Oh yeah, I forgot one thing, Arcs, before I send Sofir to the library.
Mm-hmm.
Before Sofir goes there, he would, as he's like passing by Hutch, just like lean into him and say, "Hey, keep a close eye on her, all right?"
Huh? He nods very tiredly and
Hey, wake up!
gives what you imagine is meant to be a thumbs up, but it's him like just holding up his pinky finger, like, and his thumb, but not in like the surfs up fashion.
He's
like-
trying to give you a pinky promise.
So you're saying he's not asking me to call him later?
No.
What did I miss?
Dang it! All right.
Make a pinky
Nothing much,
promise with
just
him. Do it.
everyone's saying what they were doing over the small time skip.
Jeez.
Huh? Huh?
Oh, what?
Ah. Huh. And over those few hours, Hutchis would have woken up, and he probably would have been standing next to Natsu.
Hello.
Hi.
You're finally awake.
Crossing the border, I see. No. Sorry, I had to make the reference.
It's a good reference.
Thank you.
I feel warm and tingly and fuzzy inside.
You were found near the border.
Hutchis is like groggily, like wiping his eyes. He's like, mm-hmm. Yes, warm. After a moment, he goes and pokes your cheek. You're
Oh,
warm.
yeah.
I feel
Hmm.
warm and tingly and fuzzy inside. I've never felt like this before.
Ah. So it's different to feel warm. So, hey, Killy,
Where's the red cap going? Whoa.
I don't know who was messing with the red cap. Because that ain't me.
Not me. My hands are in my lap.
Kelly's just watching Natsu and Hutchis, thinking to himself, how do I get rid of him?
I'm gonna
Well,
follow Achilles and Renara.
Oh. Seeing that Hutchis like quickly scampers his way over to be with you. Looks as this happens, Hutchis looks to you, Killy. Kind of looks you up and down and waves at you. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. I smile, but it's a fake smile.
Is it like discernibly fake, or are you trying to?
No. I don't think he would notice. He can't tell.
So, normally in a situation like this, I could have you roll deception and have Hutchins roll insight. But I'm not going to, because he's not really paying much attention to you.
What he should be paying attention to is that I have a quiver on for some reason. Yes. I've had this quiver on the entire time.
Well, either way, Natsu, as you go and approach these two, Renar looks to you. Oh, hey.
Hi.
Doing all right.
I feel fuzzy, warm, and tingly inside.
Well, I mean, you live another day, so makes sense. Sounds about right.
Warm and
Yeah.
fuzzy.
No, my head kind of hurts.
Well, that's not good.
Do we have any alcohol here?
I believe Lexa might have a small store of some alcohol.
Oh
Maybe
man!
Give
Wait, do you
Natsu
need
a
booze?
drink.
Great,
I love
great judgment.
booze.
Great judgment call, Sofir. Leave the child alone.
Yeah, Renar kind of looks to you, Natsu, saying that comment, like, who's been giving you booze?
Do we know if
my whole
Lex is
time. It's
Wow.
so good. I used to drink it every day.
This is concerning.
Renar has like a brief moment where she looks away just so she can have like this brief glance of concern. She's like, oh no. Before turning back to you with her usual like faint smile, it's like, well, I mean, we probably don't have anything to help you out with that. Leans over to you, Achilles. Hey, if you can go to Lexer and make sure that he doesn't have anything else, that'd probably be a pretty good idea.
Yes, I will check with Lexer immediately.
Thank you. Generally speaking, if we're planning on going over to the cave, you're probably gonna need to go, like, commandeer that old ship. It's down the pathway. You can tell the rest of them, you'll figure it out. All right?
Dude, I have to commandeer it, or like someone else.
I mean, you came to help us out with our problem, and you happen to have, a bunch of people that show up, suddenly able to take down a giant walking pile of bodies that turn into a monster. I'd say you have a pretty good, set of hands to help you out with this.
I see. I will go talk to Lexer.
Okay. And I guess fill in the rest of them when you get a chance.
Yes, I will.
Mhm.
Walks
Meanwhile,
away.
back in the library. So, Calico, Sofir, what are you guys doing?
I guess Calico's gonna tell Sofir about the mission or the objective.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Well,
Let me. As far as I
You
remember,
already know.
as far as I
maybe?
remember, we're going to like a cave or an island, right?
it's a cave.
Cave,
Yeah.
and we're going there by boat. Or am I remembering something else?
Hey,
Trying to
bye
I
bye.
guess, trying to find a way to get across.
Yeah, generally speaking, you're going to be using a boat, but due to how everything is, the only boat that's available is the weird boat that rose from the middle of the lake.
Ah, yes, that.
And it's currently, crashed over on the shore.
We will go by boat into a cave.
Cool.
Walks away.
So with that in mind, Sofir came here for a specific purpose. He's
I
going
guess.
to look to Lyra and say, So, Lyra, do you have any information regarding deities in this land?
I mean, I was never much of the religious sort, but I know some superficial stuff.
In that
Like
case,
surface level things.
that may just be enough. Know anything about a deity with a bunch of shields, like, everywhere? Like, just shields for days?
That kind of ponders for a moment, as I'm going to go and quickly do a little dice roll here. Okay. Right. I think I recall hearing of some god like that. He's one of the older ones, isn't he?
You'd know better than
guess
me.
It be one of the older ones. What is his name? Brulson? Brunny? Brun... Brew.
Did Sofir actually get his name?
I do believe, you, well, they didn't say it, you did, know his name when he appeared.
Ah. In that case, Sofir would chime in. Brundon was, I believe, the name of it.
Brundon, right.
Yeah. Funny thing about Brundon.
Right. God of protection, ceremony, I think I read somewhere one of the domains he has over his rebirth, but I think that came from a magazine. So, less sure about that last one.
Well, either way, we have a direction. Whoever this Brundon is, he came to me in a dream. Told me that I needed to look out for Natsu. You know, as I have been, but, like, more now, I guess. Said something bad, I guess, is trying to influence her, or wants to. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary.
Smash cut to Natsu. Natsu, the red cap makes his way over to you and kind of takes a sigh. So, lass, what are we thinking about doing right now? Still playing around with the goblin and the lady, given, well, quite the interesting disguise, I'll give her that.
Yeah. My head kind of hurts though.
Aye, that to be expected. Need not worry about it though, the pain will pass.
Okay. This is fun.
I know, right? Oh,
I hate him so much.
what? Oh, girl after me own heart.
Meta
Oh.
no.
I feel fuzzy, warm, and tingly inside.
Meta knowledge is
That's how
torture.
you're supposed to feel.
Where? Huh?
That's how you're supposed to feel. You did a good thing. You did as you're supposed to.
Well, I like it.
That's good. That's a mighty good thing.
Yeah. I like the tingle thing.
As you're saying this, Runara's kind of watching you just talk to nobody. Runara kind
How
of
does
leans
Hutchess feel?
in. Hutchess is watching this, but he's not particularly perturbed.
Ah, yes. You have an imaginary friend too.
I hate him so much.
Hutchess kind of sees this and he just kind of shrugs.
Sofir, if he
Whatever.
saw you, he'd probably kill you.
Yeah, I don't think you'd need to worry about that, lass. I don't think anyone here can see me. Although, maybe she could see me if she really understood that there was something to see.
Yeah,
As the red cap
but
looks to
you
Renara.
won't. Everyone just thinks you're just my imagination.
As Hutchis just like nods. Again, giving his attempt at a thumbs up, but again, it's not really accurate. Before he leans in. Who are we talking about?
Who?
Is it possible if you could show yourself to Hutchis too? But, Hutchis, you have to promise not to tell anyone about this, at least.
I say that the red cap shakes his head. Sorry, lass. Doesn't quite work that way.
Aww. Okay.
Don't worry. Once you're a bit more kitted up and, fully tapping into your latent strength, someday I think I could, you could get your friend here, Hutchis, introduced.
Okay. I'll work hard and get stronger.
Good girl. Now, if Hutchis follows in your footsteps, I'd be fine. I'd be glad to welcome him to our little pause here. You should probably start conversing with Renara lass before she starts getting major concerns. Meanwhile, back at the library. Actually, no, slight adjustment. Meanwhile, back at Killy.
I was gonna say, Natsu said to let Hutchis see them. Would Renara hear that?
I mean, Renara's been watching the whole thing. And, I was going to smash cut to her conversation, and then I moved over to the conversation between you and Lexer.
Okay.
Yes, I'm giving everyone suspense. Shoot me.
Suspense.
I'm gonna kill him dead.
Lexer.
So, Killy, you've made your way over to Lexer, and I noticed that Calico had started following from behind.
Yeah, because he mentioned the boat,
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
but not actually all the way behind him yet.
Mm-hmm.
Lexer.
Yeah, hey.
Have you
Welcome
been
back.
giving booze to the children?
Booze? No, we have a few bottles of rum back here in the back. But, no, I haven't been giving any rum to children. I haven't given any rum in quite some time. Ever since the little incident with Ramen a while back. He was, he ran my pantry pretty
Yes.
bad.
The other child. Just no more. Just keep the rum safe.
Can do, cleric guy.
We don't want all the rum gone. Understood.
Sure thing. Whatever's gonna help the town in the end, I guess.
Indeed. Smiles and then exits.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little longer.
A little longer.
So, Calico, you've
Yes, he
approached,
hatches up.
from behind.
Hey, Killian.
Yes.
You mentioned the boat.
Yes,
Do
there
you
is
know
the
where
boat.
we could get one.
Well, there is the one that's across the lake.
Across the lake. Oh. I see. Maybe I could help you get a hold of that boat.
Do we remember? 'Cause, I mean, like, not we as in Killy, but like during the day that Noodle Boobs died. Did we see the boat?
I mean,
I
yeah, back then. You guys did briefly see a boat, and there were figures moving next to it, but no one could quite get close enough to see what those figures were. That boat was the reason Noodle Boops went into the water.
Yeah.
Yep.
Noodle food.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna walk all the way to where he died.
Well, where he wanted to go when he died.
Where you want?
Oh wow, a nice jaunt down trauma lane. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
We will etch the name Noodle Boop onto the boat.
Onto the boat.
The SS Noodles.
Which I'll
Yes, the SS Noodles. It's perfect.
the SS Noodles boat.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Shall christen it Noodles. Anyway. So, as you two discuss boat plans,
Boat
back to
plan.
Sofir and Lyra.
All right.
Da-da-da-da-da.
All right, Lyra. The basic plan here, we comb through the library, find any books you can on Brundon, as well as a few other things. Maybe some books on medicine, any tactics tomes you can find, anything you think could help us. I'm going to do the same on this end, and just grab whatever you can.
All right.
Hmm.
As Lyra's going to start looking about, go ahead and roll me a investigation check, Sofir.
Okay.
Investigation.
Also, as I like turn to start looking, Sofir is also going to call back. Also look for other deities. There might be some that have a rivalry with Brundon. So with that,
Finds
investigation.
a brick.
Damn it.
What in the world is happening today? Okay, I need to take like a brief second.
Wait, weren't-
I
were you gonna
have
use
rolled
your
nothing
dice?
but 8,
I
like so far.
hate it. I hate it.
And
Wait-
then you
what?
subsequently rolled like a total of 8.
Weren't you gonna use your physical dice?
This is 4 8s in a row.
I was giving,
Okay.
listen, I was giving the digital dice a chance to not be awful.
Give it a chance. Oh no.
I will allow you to do the reroll specifically because the number 8 has showed up so many times.
Let's see. Let's
Hey,
see.
it's
what the-
13. Let's go.
The god of 8 has given me advantage.
I guess so. Like,
Let's see.
I hate everything.
11.
11.
I hate
It's a little
everything.
better actually. I can work with an 11.
I hate everything.
Damn it! You should have did the second roll with the physical dice.
Oh, what's this?
Oh yeah,
A
didn't you
brick?
swear to use your physical dice today?
I was giving the digital dice one more chance to not be awful.
It's still.
Listen, I am a firm believer in second chances, but only second chances, and that was the second chance for the digital
Yeah.
dice.
No third
And you
chance.
got an 11.
No
I
third
mean,
chance.
that actually works for our purposes here.
Does he
Okay.
find
Good enough.
a brick
Let's see it.
of healing?
No, I'm
Aw.
sorry, foe, but if any
Too soon.
brick of healing ever were to be added, it shall have to be added at a later date.
Brick of
Yeah, he's got to
healing.
workshop
Yeah,
it so it's
fine.
not broken.
Finds brick. of
Like, I like
healing
the
in book.
idea of an item that you chuck it at someone and there is a chance to either harm them or heal them.
Yes,
Oh,
that'd be perfect. A 50-50 chance. I love it.
I like the idea of it rolling, you roll 2d8, one of them is how much it heals, one of them is how much it damages.
you heal, or you give him a
That's
black eye.
wonderful.
And then you just get to
Strength
see
proficiency.
Okay.
either way. So,
Oh,
so if you go and start combing the various shelves, and Lara, does the same. I'm guessing you can see me moving Lara's piece smoothly.
Yep.
As you would manage to find, like looking through, you find a few small books, nothing too crazy, nothing tactically advantageous for you. Though any sort of interesting tomes you would have found would have been a small history book on that of Dragon's Rest here. You would have found a general, Gods of the Land tome,
Mm-hmm.
just generally who's around, as well as a small book on Bahamut. Though you would not have found anything on Brundon.
Dang it.
Nothing specific.
Okay. With all of that collected, Sofir would come over to this table, set it down, and kind of situate himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing that investigation check also extended to, like, these bookcases as well.
Yeah. They would have.
Okay.
Having rolled for Lara, the most she found would be that of a single unmarked book that has, nothing on it denoting what it's supposed to be about.
So,
She grabbed
basically...
it just because of the fact that it was the odd one out.
Okay. So basically, Sofir sits down with kind of a huff and is just like, I hope you had better luck than I did. This ain't much.
If a mysterious book that might not even be related to anything we're interested in counts. She puts a small tome on the table, looking a decent bit older than the rest of the tomes here. Everything definitely looks a bit worn around here, but this looks significantly more so. Looks closer to a leather-bound journal than any of the proper books that are within this library.
That's weird. You found this here?
I found it underneath one of the bookshelves.
I should have done that. Should have looked under the bookshelves, I mean. I just kind of skimmed across all the books that I could see. Speaking of which, Sofir will take the tome of, general gods of the land and hand it to Lara. Skim through that and see what you can find. I'll examine this one more closely.
All right. So, go ahead and give me another investigation check while I cut over to Natsu.
Yeah.
Alright, moment of truth.
physical dice.
Yeah, that's a 12, so 14.
14 total. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Or actually, you keep that in mind while I go and continue this.
You keep it in mind.
Oh, Natsu, you look to Runara, and Runara is raising an eyebrow in your general direction. It's like, okay. So, so your friend is invisible?
Sort of. That's all I really can say.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Okay, then.
They remind me of someone when I was still in the Fey realm.
As she goes and says, as she kind of reaches an arm out and casts some kind of spell
Oh.
as you see her eyes briefly glow with a pale light as she kind of looks around the area. After a moment, she stares directly at the red cap as the red cap just waves at her.
This guy.
I picked a great time to not be around for this.
Renara,
Waves.
She
I feel dizzy.
I swear if she
Uh.
starts waving back at him, okay.
Renara just kind of looks around confusedly for a moment. She speaks out. Okay, well, Natsu, you hold on for a minute there, hon. Sir, you appear to be in the ethereal plane. The red cap kind of looks at themselves for a moment, looks back up to Renara. Aye. It appears that I am. I was expecting you to be invisible, not a ghost. And? What of it? Just how it be. It ain't exactly easy for us fey creatures to go and make our way into the physical realm now, is it? You know, you don't have, portals to the Feywild every which way, do you? Eh? Okay. I'm just going to make a Did you tell my kobold to jump off the cliff? Was this a horrible misunderstanding that you told him to jump off? Oh, wow. Oof. Oh, you think I'm responsible for that? No. I'm here just being a companion for dear Natsu. We actually go back a long time, you see. I helped keep her safe during her times back here at home. And let's just say I tried to keep her out of trouble where I can. I'm not like other redcaps you might be familiar with, if you are familiar with the Feywild at all, ma'am. Brunei shakes her head. I'm afraid I'm not. Ah, unfortunate. But, do know, I've been trying to do my best by Natsu here, and whatever else her companions have been trying to guide her towards. Just rather unfortunate of what's happened to your fair town here. Renard just gives a confused nod. Before looking back to you, Natsu. Your companion seems interesting.
They are.
So, I'm just gonna make sure some stuff that he just said right there. You've known him?
He feels like someone that I've known a long time, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Uh-huh. And he's been teaching you good stuff, like to, how to fit in around here, not go and, I guess, do bad things. Like, he's guiding you, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing good stuff, like, telling you to be kind to others and, don't steal?
I don't know.
Why is the rum gone?
Renara kind of, her eyebrows lower a bit. I don't have any real way of getting rid of him where he's at, but I am going to tell you, maybe take what he says with a pinch of salt.
No, she...
I don't like the cut of his jib.
Why would you want to cut his jib?
Why does she have to use metaphors with
fuzzy and
Natsu.
tingly.
She doesn't know.
He was the one who made me feel warm and fuzzy and tingly inside when I shook his hand.
Uh, hmm. You don't say. Well, if you mentioned feeling dizzy. If you're feeling dizzy, you can go and take a rest for a moment.
Alright, I'll go over here. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are we leaving Noodle Corpse here?
Probably.
Okay.
Either way, back over to Killy and Calico. So?
Yes, there is a boat on the other side of the lake. We will get over there and deal with what else other problems there are, and then we shall commandeer the ship and go into the cave. I say ship, I mean boat.
You're making it sound way easier than I don't think it's gonna
Well,
be that easy.
it is midday, and the undead should be less active.
I heard from what I heard we're supposed to check it out when the moon is high up, if I heard correctly.
Yes, we commandeer at night and steer to the cave. But first we must clear the ship of unwanted.
Unwanted? What do you mean?
If there are indeed still undead, we shall take care of them. But, of course, for now, I'd rather we go forth now than later in the night.
True. We should gather everyone up and head out before the moon rises.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know if the moon rises?
Do we know what time of day it is? I'm not even sure.
Generally speaking, because of the few hours, like, I would say it's probably around like 11 or so.
Yeah,
Like
that's
an
what I
hour
said.
until noon. So you got
high noon.
Hi.
not yet.
It's high noon.
But either way, with you guys having generally understood that probably gonna have to go get that boat. Moving back over to Sofir and Lyra.
The boat.
So,
The boat.
Sofir,
The
you had
boat.
gotten an investigation roll of 14.
Yes.
And you're currently looking through the journal?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So, looking through the journal, it doesn't take you too long to figure out that this journal seems to be speaking about, like, clearly some early times within this town. Like, creating the town. If that makes sense.
Okay.
It's talking about generally carving out each of the buildings. It's talking about general stories that have gone on, just general history the place has gone through, as well as speaking about the freaking eventually revealing the writer to be someone named Astaligan.
By a stallion. How would you spell that?
What?
Stalagan, that would be Astalagan. Here, have it in chat.
Don't worry, I'm typing all this out onto my notes.
Huh? Asterian?
Sounds
No.
like the name of a dinosaur or something.
Okay. Roughbound Journal has entries by
Yeah.
Stalagan of the construction of Dragon's Rest from the beginning.
Mhm. And as the passage continues, it eventually dawns on you, and also kind of reconnects with, the little thing of you seeing a wonderful, statue out in the main path, that Astalagan was a dragon.
Dragon.
Stalagan was a bronze dragon, to be specific.
Bronze Dragon.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly, they had worked to create Dragon's Rest, literally as a resting point for himself in his travels.
Hmm.
But in the creation of such a place, eventually, somewhere along the line, a roving band of kobolds had gone and taken camp there, and then never left.
And was later occupied.
And so Astalagan stayed behind and served as their protector until
Wandering
eventually
kobolds.
some of the end of the journal mentions that Astalagan went off to go and do something within the middle of the lake. Is that apparently some sort of darkness was rising within the lake center
Kept watch over
before
the
the journal
kobolds.
stops. As if Astalagan never got the chance to continue.
Stalagan went
What
to the
happened?
lake and never came back.
What happened to his stomach?
Yeah, the
Oh,
lake center.
Okay, those are some very good notes for me. Great.
Now he's an undead bronze dragon.
Do you mind rolling me a history check?
History check. This will be good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What's my history? Not great. Sofir will
Let's see
turn.
it. I
Sofir will
believe-
turn to Lyra and be like, "Hey, can you make any sense of what I'm reading here? Because can I like retroactively be like Sofir was reading that aloud to Lyra, basically?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll allow that.
I'm basically asking for the help action here.
So, yeah. I mean,
Action.
I'll allow that as her giving you the help action here. It's like, let's see. So go ahead and roll me history with advantage.
Okay, first one. That is a 19. Jesus.
Ooh.
See?
Should have been doing physical.
Physical.
I got a 19 and a 15, so 21 is my total.
21 total, yeah. So it's kind of interesting how the center of the lake. That's also where Runara said the boat came out of. It was the same place.
Okay, center of the lake is where the boat was. Is
That's where it
where
had risen
Here's
before
the boat.
eventually, crashing on the shore.
had arisen
How
before
strange.
crashing. Crashing on the
Stalagan
shore.
is the boat. Ah-ha-ha-ha.
That'd be a fun reveal.
Okay.
Boat dragon!
Boat dragon.
It's a dragon, boat.
Dragon boat.
Okay. So, if I'm reading this right,
Dragon
there's a
boat.
good chance that this Stalagan dragon either died down there or is kept down there by something. Who's to say? And if I remember correctly, that's the same boat that we're basically going to fish up and refurbish for our travels to that cave.
Seems like it.
I don't like the sound of this at all.
The more we learn about this, the more complicated things seem to become.
Knowing our luck, we'll probably encounter him undead and angry at us for no reason.
More than likely.
Well, we'll cross that.
Enters the cave.
We'll cross that bridge when we have to burn it. I don't suppose you found anything else useful in here?
So you gave her the just general Gods of the Land book,
Yes.
and I'm guessing you've just done nothing with the Bahamut book.
The Bahamut book would have been placed, like, in the middle of the... It would have been placed in the middle of the table, like, right here between them, because he intended to go through all of the books with Lyra. He was just specifically taking his time with the journal because that seemed like it was the most out of place and therefore required the most attention.
I mean, gave you some interesting information.
So I guess if Lyra had gotten through the General Gods book, she would have probably just subconsciously moved on to the others in the pile.
Okay. Well, in that case, let me roll some dice here. Jesus Christ, that's a nat 20. Okay.
Let's go, Lyra! Let's go! Our luck's turning around!
All right. So, Lyra, like, eventually having looked through, really the Bahamut book of all things, it eventually goes through the passages and learn some interesting tidbits. As once you go and ask her, it's like, well, I've definitely got some information on Brundon, I believe you said his name was. So there's a reason he's got a lot of shield imagery. He's, well, was, once upon a time, Bahamut's shield. As in, literally.
Bahamut's
Brundon
shield.
was Bahamut's shield.
Which is where the imagery comes from.
Apparently, a long time ago, during the War of the First World, which is some apparent old mythos that a lot of the folks following Bahamut tend to idealize, that supposedly a long time ago there was a first version of reality, I guess, that Bahamut and Tiamat supposedly had a war within, until eventually that war ended up destroying everything. Eventually after that, supposedly everything had gotten rebuilt by all the other gods, and Bahamut and Tiamat subsequently stopped fighting in such a active fashion as to not end up destroying the world again. Brundon fits into this. I'll let you talk in a second. Brundon fits into this apparently as when Bahamut and Tiamat were in their war, Brundon had been broken during the combat, only to be reforged when this new world was made, and subsequently has gone on to become their own entity separate from Bahamut and all of his legends.
Later reformed.
Now you can say what you wanted to say. I heard you wanted to say something.
Oh, I was just gonna say that this just gets better and better, doesn't it?
Apparently.
As if the undead weren't bad enough, now we've got potential reality-ending nonsense going on.
I don't think this would be related to anything involving, Bahamut or Tiamat, though.
Maybe not,
This
but...
doesn't really scream any kind of involvement of theirs. I mean, Tiamat's got her whole cult thing going on, and Bahamut is a god about justice and righteousness.
Yep, sure sounds like it.
I don't think we're really dealing with either of that. None of this screams cult to me, and I don't think we're in a situation where we're facing off against some impossible evil.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the intervention of Brundon on my behalf, I'd be convinced of that. But the more we uncover here, the worse I feel about all this. Sofir gets up and, like, starts walking to the exit. He leaves the other books on the table if Lyra wants to take them.
As you mentioned the whole thing that Brundon literally went to contact you, Lyra kind of looks at this. I was like, oh, you got a point there. As we'll go ahead and cut back over to Natsu for a brief minute. As you are laying down, the red cat makes his way over to you as he kind of just waves in the direction of Runara again before looking back to you. Well, even with her little trick, she's not going to be able to see me now. But anyway, sorry I had to go and lie to her a little bit, lass. But I didn't want her to be too worried about, you talking to a red cap.
Yeah. I'm very dizzy and tired.
Aye, it's your blood, lass. It's kicking in.
Hmm?
Your gifts. I'll tell you, you're going to feel far better when you wake up.
Then
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I got to see you again.
There is this, like, slight smile that kind of appears across his face that, like, it's almost the same kind of smile that, like, a father would give their child. Like, soft eyes, softened features.
And
Oh.
Natsu just like passes the heck out.
I'd keep you safe if I
He's
could.
gotta ruin his sleep schedule.
With that, we'll go ahead and cut back over to Keely and Calico.
She's ruining her sleep schedule. No.
Sleep schedule.
So,
It's over. Sofir, what have you done?
with you guys having discussed the whole thing about boat, what would you guys be doing?
What do go
We
for boat?
I'd
Boat?
hmm.
I feel like we would try to gather everyone up, or we could just go for boat.
Keep boating, 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 boating.
And keep boating, 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 boating.
I believe.
So
Do I want to go with everyone or just let Calico go?
just let me go by myself.
Well, yes. The wagon still has to be there, right? Someone's got to check.
True.
Mhm.
What
I'll
do-
go to the wagon and check if it's not torn apart and that the horses are still there. You can bring everyone down if you'd like.
Yeah. I'll gather everyone up. I'll meet you
Yes,
there.
we should prepare to leave soon.
All right.
Mhm.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And I will
I
leave.
guess he's going to find Sofir. Bam! Just zoomed. Just zoomed back to
Yep.
Sofir.
Basically, Sofir and Lyra are making their way back to where Natsu was.
Yeah, so as you're making your way back, you hear what I could most accurately describe as the speed of most anime protagonists running their way along, the path.
Flash steps into frame.
Just full
Considering your
speed.
familiarity, you would already immediately know who it is that's running this quickly.
Turns around like, Nani?
Full speed. Hey,
A dust cloud blows
Sofir.
past you as you stop, Calico.
Hey, Sofir.
Jeez, you're going pretty fast there. What's the rush?
You should. We need to hurry. I guess the time of day matters. Seems Killian knows of a boat we could use to get across the lake. And we need to get going before sundown.
Yeah, don't worry. Keely filled me in on the details before he, went further down. I was coming back up here to collect Natsu so that we could get a move on.
Right. He went to go check out the cart to see if everything's still intact.
Sounds good. Let's get moving.
So,
Yes, I am on the cart.
as you go and make your way, Sofir, you find Natsu, currently passed out in the corner. Just sleeping soundly.
Is she, still burning up?
Yeah.
Place
She
hand to
still
forehead?
feels very warm. Yes, she still feels very warm.
Well, that's no good. Probably shouldn't have left her alone. I mean, she wasn't alone, but looks at Hutchis.
Hutchis is just like
Hutchins.
at this point, he's doing something that you'd probably describe as a bit more normal, as he's just sitting next to her, just not wide-eyed staring this time, just watching her.
I'm guessing
Got
you're
his
no.
knees up to his chest.
I'm guessing you're no doctor, are you?
Hutchis shakes his head no.
Do have a question.
Go right ahead.
What's a doctor?
So Sofir's
Doctor. Ooh.
eyes twitch as he asks that question. Oh, not worth it. Don't do anything stupid. Not worth it. And he sort of leans down to pick up Natsu.
Mm-hmm. As you do this, Renara chimes like, "Hi,
Hmm?
Sofir.
Yeah.
I figured you'd want to know since you're kind of acting as to guardian.
More or less.
You're Natsu's imaginary friend that she's been talking with.
Snitch.
Hmm.
I did a little spell earlier. It seems might not be as imaginary as we'd all been led to believe.
Sofir, carrying Natsu, kind of orients himself more straightly aligned with Renara and is like, "What do you mean?"
So I cast a little spell called See Invisibility. And while normally the whole idea is to let you see invisible things, it also lets you see things that are on the ethereal plane, though they tend to be transparent, a bit ghostly. I saw Natsu's friend, and he is on the ethereal plane currently. Or at least he was until he vanished. He left a while ago. But he is, he is what I believe you'd call a red cap. You mentioned something about Fae, so I assume Fae Wild, so I'm assuming he's a Fae creature.
I don't think Sofir would have any experience with the Fae or know anything about the Fae.
Do we know anything about Redcap?
So he would,
Lyra.
yeah, he would look to
roll me
Lyra.
Arcana, Sofir.
Oh. Oh, wow, my Arcana is actually great. I forgot about that.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 10, so 17 total.
Oh.
You may not have experienced it personally, but you would know of the Feywild. And you would know a little bit of the Fey. Though, as to any, like, the proper mannerisms, what lives in the Feywild, different types of Fey, no, you wouldn't have anything like that.
Yeah.
Would I...
The main thing you would know about the Feywild is that it's pretty and it's also dangerous.
Okay, so I would have enough knowledge to basically know that dealing with the Fae is a bad idea, and the Fae probably interacting with you in this fashion is also probably a bad sign.
This would not be familiar to what you're knowledgeable about with the Fae.
Hmm.
This is not something that Fae do normally.
Oh, okay, so instead of it being
Like-
something that he'd be like able to guess is dangerous, he's like, oh, that's really unusual. I don't like that.
Yeah, the most proper high end creatures from the Feywild do is that they'll come to you in your dreams, or if there is a proper portal to the Feywild nearby, they'll come through that. Going around on the ethereal plane is not one of those things.
Sofir, upon hearing this, looks to Renara very shocked, looks to Lyra somewhat baffled, and then looks down to Natsu just very concerned. And he kind of unconsciously says out loud, "What exactly aren't you telling me?" While looking at Natsu just sleeping in his arms. Was there anything more you could get out of whoever?
I mean, he seemed friendly enough. He insisted that if any suspicion was thrown to him, that he had nothing to do with the loss of Miso.
I see. But that could have easily just been a lie that you didn't see through.
I mean, I considered it. Though I'm also considering if that was the case, who exactly they've been talking to. Considering I don't think they have any physical presence here. Either they managed to somehow convince Miso that jumping off the cliff was a great idea, or, as she looks to Natsu,
Sofir looks like he's gonna speak up in defense of Natsu, then stops himself. Yeah, that's one possibility. Look, I know you might be thinking that Natsu had something to do with it, and I won't discount that possibility or tell you that you're wrong. But it's my fault that it happened. If I had taught her better, she wouldn't have done what she did without thinking, assuming she did. So if you have to be angry at anyone, be angry at me.
it's fine. Things are just... in any case, the rest of you have a job to go do. And she just try and keep her on the straight and narrow. Okay? Do what you can.
Yeah, that's all I really can do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're gonna head out to the boat, I guess, but before we did, I wanted to ask if you had any supplies you'd be able to spare for us. I know that's asking a lot, considering we potentially just got one of your own killed for no reason, but anything would go a long way.
Look, as long as you go and, make sure that this whole thing is dealt with, we're not going to need too many more of these supplies. I can help make sure we get whatever we need from there, and we can go and converse with the sea across the mountain. Things will be fine. Just take what you need and get on out of here.
All right.
All right.
All right. Before we do you mind at all if we take these books from the library with us? There might be something in there we can use, aside from what we've already gleaned.
She kind of looks away for a moment before looking back to you. I'm less sure about that one, hon. I mean, those help a lot with making sure that my residents actually gain some semblance of an intelligence.
Hmm. Sofir is kind of like looking for something, anything he can do.
And if you want to try and convince her to let you have those books.
How about...
If you wish to, you can roll me persuasion.
Ooh, let's see.
Can I do it with advantage if I make her an offer?
Depends on what the offer is.
How about if I give you some supplies? 2 daggers and my leather armor. It's not much, but it should be, enough in terms of, armoring. And I can also give you 2 days worth of rations.
I'm not gonna have you roll for this. I think we can work with that. Needs to make sure that my boys will be alive and kicking still and able to defend themselves if you all end up failing.
Sounds good. And don't worry, we don't intend to
Okay.
keep these permanently. Once we've gotten our use out of them, we'll bring them right back. Promise.
Well, if you come back, I'll be sure to give this stuff back too then.
Well, some of it anyway. I don't see how you could possibly give back rations.
You'd be surprised.
And I will go ahead and remove my 2 daggers and my leather armor from my inventory. Goodbye, armor.
All right.
Goodbye, potential 14 AC. I knew ye well.
Wah, 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 wah.
Stand behind Calico. He's got you. Although he can't taunt.
Let's see. We'll just get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid of that. Hooray! I have significantly less stuff.
Mhm.
Nice.
All right. So, with that, we are guessing you are going to start heading out to start making your way to the boat.
Unless Calico has anything he wants to do before we go.
Oh, do you think... what was I gonna say? I forgot.
Dang.
What was... Brain? Jelly brain. Remember.
Sophie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Red caps. I wonder if my character would know anything about red caps. 'Cause I guess, what is his thing? He's a sage. And I guess kind of his background, he's lived in the forest like forever.
I mean, based off of your backstory,
Maybe he stumbled upon something.
I mean, considering where you are from is, by your own words, an ancient forest, it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary for them to know of the Feywild. There's signs of spirits. Feywild probably wouldn't be a foreign concept to you. So if anything, I will allow you to roll me a Arcana check.
Arcana check? Damn.
Seeing how Calico has
Yeah.
gone like
Wait,
through different
I guess I'm
planes.
not bad at Arcana. What? I thought I was like 1.
Might as well have been.
Well, I might as well have been. Does being a sage give me
A natural
anything
one,
for
I
me?
see.
What about
You,
the sage background?
you have zero clue about red caps. You're not even sure you've ever heard the term red cap.
What even is a
Red
tree?
and cap at the same, like why are these people talking about a hat?
Wait, this is irrelevant to me. Never mind.
That's good.
All
But,
that other stuff he bumped into in the forest.
Well, I will mention Sofir Natsu had faintly called your name.
Sofir looks down at the Natsu in his arms. Does she seem like distressed or anything? Or is she just like calling out for him?
My head really hurts.
Oh no.
That's ray of frost on head.
Sofir will like I say this purely as like a contextual thing. Can I take out my water skin, which is full of water, like it would have been freshly filled at some point, and cast like a lesser version of Ray of Frost to cool it, and then put it on her forehead?
I'll allow it.
Mini ray of frost to make a
Yeah,
ice
basically, I just wanna like cool this thing down to a degree that like
Instead of Ray of Frost, we have Pointer of Frost.
cube. Pointer of frost.
gesture
Nice.
of frost.
Gesture of
Oh, God.
Frost.
Gesture of frost.
The minute it touches my body, can it like completely dry up without a drop?
Nah, I'm not gonna allow it to be that intense.
Yeah,
She
basically
just needs
just
a pillow, guys.
I will say
She's
it
been
won't
sleeping on
stay
the floor.
cold for too long, but I mean, Ray of Frost is normally enough frost to kill a man, so
True.
Yeah,
It's
if-
magic ice.
basically if Sofir notices that it's not staying cool for very long, he'll just be like repeatedly doing that as they're traveling along.
Yeah, if a normal like ice pack lasts like how long would you say, like half an hour? Is that generally how long an ice pack would
Something
last?
like that. Depending on
Like
how
half an hour, 20 minutes?
Outside in
Yeah,
these conditions, probably like 30 minutes.
Yeah, your water skins are lasting about 5.
5 minutes?
Yeah,
Oh,
probably like 5-10 minutes at most.
good thing Sofir already has experience casting Ray of Frost too many times.
typing. What type?
Okay, I had to send out a brief message.
What is the cart?
Gosh,
And then, yeah, basically with that we would bid Runara farewell and start making our way down the path.
Wait for me.
He's taking a dive down the side of the cliff. He's dead.
He just jumps down the cliff.
He's going over that cliff.
Time is stupid.
What is this thing that says Dragon's Rest? Why is there such a large imprint on it?
Hmm.
Man,
Is this, how I think of it is like the Hollywood sign, so it's just Dragon's Rest. How'd they get the apostrophe there?
So Lyra would be there. Marching order established. Calico would be here. Hutchis would be like there. And we're just making our way to the cart.
To cart.
all
Hi
right.
ho, hi ho, to the mines we go.
To the mines.
So,
Hi ho.
hi ho, off to a boat we go. Hi ho. Hope there's no undead in tow.
Not the undead.
So,
Anyway,
Sofir will be dead soon enough.
so you guys go and make your way back to the cart. Killy, would you have been doing anything at the cart while waiting for these guys, or what?
Mhm.
Just inspecting the cart
Mm-hmm.
for damages or anything of the sort, and yeah,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
storing his quiver away because yes.
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check there.
Perception check.
Perception. Yeah.
You must
Perception, please.
you must perceive.
Looking.
Yes, you must perceive.
Looking.
Perceive. Can I roll deception?
No,
It's
you cannot lie to
Memento.
yourself and say you see something.
Deceive your own self.
I don't know what you're talking about. What? A quiver?
Why not? I lie to
What?
myself all the time.
You're all seeing things.
What?
Can I deceive myself?
Regardless.
I'm just gonna roll it anyways because that sounds funny.
Let's see.
Can I deceive myself? No. Then
No, fine.
Absolutely not.
Well,
can't deceive myself. Fine.
By the way, roll me perception.
perception.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Hello?
Come on, perception check. What are you?
Where perception?
Where are my eyeballs?
I'm wondering
Eyeballs?
why it is taking so long.
I got no eyeballs.
Felcat?
He's gone.
Oh,
Perception check?
Perceive
I see
things.
nothing.
Okay, I see.
Wait, how much
So, I
perception do you
mean,
have?
Killy, you make your way to the cart, and I mean, it looks like a cart. It's got a horse. The horse is still standing, surprisingly.
Horse.
Or at least, you're fairly sure it's still standing.
It's an undead horse.
There's been a
though.
distinct lack of movement since you've gotten here to look at the horse. Like, no tail movements, no head bobs. Just standing there.
Well,
perfectly
it's still
still.
there. Pretty good. Perfect. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horse. Yeah, a horse.
Oh, the undead
As to be
didn't
expected.
murder the horse.
So, as the rest of you guys arrive at the cart, Sofir, I assume you put Natsu in the cart.
Not yet. Sofir is going to continue cradling Natsu because he's concerned.
Gotcha. Ooh, big yawn. So as you go and are cradling Natsu, Lara makes her way over to the horse, kind of looks it over. It's like, well, dang.
Something
I
wrong?
guess it makes sense that would happen.
Something wrong? Something wrong,
Fairly
Leia?
sure the horse is dead.
Horse is dead.
Sofir takes a moment to process and is just like, I knew we were forgetting something.
It would have been cool if it was the undead horse.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just still there.
Sofir will kind of walk closer to inspect the horse with Lara.
So when you go and get a good look at it, you walk to the other side of the horse,
Mm-hmm.
which Killy, you did not. But
Obviously, because it's just
Uh-oh.
frontal
yeah,
view.
you
There's
could,
nothing wrong with it.
just looking over at it, like the horse looks fine. It looks great. But looking to
On
the
the
other side of the horse, there is currently a good, good chunk of the horse's side missing. As you can see, its ribs and internals. The only
This
reason the horse
is-
is still standing is that likely this either happened very quickly, or it just could not, get anywhere in time, and subsequently has died standing.
Well, that's disheartening.
So, shall we go?
I don't know, you got enough strength to pull a cart?
Thought you said the horse was fine.
Well, it's dead.
It looks fine to me.
It's dead. It's very dead.
Look at all the guts spilling out.
What are you talking about? I'm still on the other side of the horse.
Look on that side.
Sofir begrudgingly
where we're
marches
standing.
over to Keely, grabs with his one free hand, and begins like marching to the other side of the horse with Keely in the front. Gestures exaggeratingly to the giant hole in the side of their horse.
You not notice the dripping blood as well?
It looks fine to me.
Just doubling down.
Well, I guess we can't use the cart.
Can I don't see any signs of life with the horse at all. Not a one, right?
Roll me animal hand. Actually, no, roll me medicine.
Okay. That one's a
Roll
plus.
animal handling.
That one's a +2.
I thought
Freak
about
it
animal
back
handling
to
for a
life.
second, but nah, it'd be better for medicine.
13 plus 2, 15? No, actually, that would
So-
just be 13 because I still have my level of exhaustion.
Mm.
Killian, guidance.
It's a bit late for that. I've already made the check.
Yeah, he's already made the check. So, looking over the horse, I mean, you're not a horse expert or anything. You're nothing too crazy, but I mean, going and feeling the body and it's still feeling warm despite the whole giant hole in the chest in the several hours you've been away from this thing. There is a chance this thing is still alive, but barely.
If I think it's alive for even a moment, I'm gonna cast Spare the Dying, just to see if it reacts, and then if it does, I will cast Cure Wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just
So-
have an undead horse, please?
As you go and
Mean horse.
cast Spare the Dying on the horse, there is a brief moment in which the wound just kind of spurts up blood for a moment. As the horse just very faintly opens one of its eyes as its ear flicks.
If I'm casting Cure Wounds,
Still
then
alive.
See, I told you it was fine.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds, and I'm gonna roll 2d8 plus 2.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can I help with that?
That's an 8
I
and a
mean,
6.
in that regard, it would be you just also rolling Cure Wounds or some other healing spell.
That is a total
Yes.
of 16 HP restored.
16, lovely.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Maybe I don't need to.
That's pretty good
Can
HP
we just keep
restoring.
it like? Can we keep it like this? I like the bones.
What are you, a necromancer? That sounds pretty evil.
Hey,
that
I
sounds
deal
pretty
in
dark and twisted.
Yeah.
It's not the first time I've seen bones. We have one inside the town. A giant pile.
So you
Of
heal
corpses.
how much HP again?
16.
16.
16.
'Cause
Oh.
Well,
So,
actually, let me. The -2 doesn't apply to healing bonuses, right?
It does not.
Okay, then yeah, 16.
So you go and cast Cure Wounds as you see the big open hole in the horse just suddenly begin to glow with a faint green light as the wound begins to close rapidly before sealing off entirely. Fur begins to grow back in the spot, though it is discolored, doesn't quite match the rest of the horse's fur. It's a lot brighter.
Yeah.
The horse is kind of just a rather boring looking horse, kind of a brown fur all around. The new fur is like almost like a light tan.
I see. As Sofir is doing this and like healing the horse, he's kind of like gently rubbing it with his free hand after he casts Cure Wounds, and is just like, there, you're all right. I'm sorry we left you alone for so long. Yeah, I'm not sure what I expected.
The horse sits there and idly moves its two front hooves.
Can horses eat jerky? Is that a thing? Can I feed it jerky?
I mean, that is an interesting sentence that has been said today.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, this horse is now part of the family. I need to care for it.
So, I mean, generally speaking, no. I mean, horses don't really eat meat.
Oh man, I wonder.
They don't really have the stomachs to process like animal proteins.
Oh man, I wonder if I have a really convenient apple at the bottom of my bag that I forgot about.
I mean, you do have. There are other stuff that comes in a ration than just the jerky.
I know, but like contextually, I remember we just had a bunch of jerky in my ration bag, so I assumed
I
that
know,
was
it's because
like
of
most
Noodle
of it.
Roots.
If I can,
mean, you gave most of that to Lyra, if you recall.
yeah, I did. So I guess Sofir will turn to Lyra and be like, "You got any fruit?"
Lyra kind of looks in her bag for a moment, eventually pulling out a lemon.
Better than nothing, I guess.
Eh?
Sofir will take the lemon and hold it up gingerly to the horse's mouth.
The horse kind of sniffs the lemon for a moment before it, rather, suddenly bites down on it.
Whoa!
Takes like 2 bites, and then immediate regret. As the horse stops chewing on it and rears up, neighing to the heavens.
Okay, okay. I get the idea. I get the message. No more lemons. Just calm down, buddy. Any of you got a name for this thing?
Lemon.
Lemon.
Sofir cranes his head to like
Lemon.
glare at Keely. Like, why would you do this?
That sounds like a good name to me. Let's call him or her Lemon.
I'm not gonna bother checking. Lemon it is. Now that we've named it, we're gonna be attached to it.
I love that. GIF,
Lemon
okay.
The dog with the lemon, no.
I'm the lemon.
I trusted you.
Oh my god. Great.
I mean, that's what you do.
I mean,
you
hey.
did that to lemon.
Listen, I asked if there was any fruit, and that's what I was given. I didn't have a lot to work with.
You could have
Gave him a
just
lemon?
not
No.
given the lemon.
Now their name is Lemon.
Well, listen, I'm sure that in like 2 sessions, we're gonna look fondly back at this moment because Lemon has died horribly or something.
Do
You
we
know.
if it's a
All right,
male
guys,
or-
time to learn where glue comes from.
Do we know the gender of the horse?
I mean, Sofir's not checking.
Yeah, I very specifically said in character, I'm not checking.
Lemon. Well, either way, their name is Lemon.
Well, you're all right
either
now, so
way.
I guess we're good to go.
If
Lemon.
anyone ever does go and check, Lemon is a lady.
Yay! Now we know that in the meta, but we don't know in character.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Either way. So, with the horse recovered, Lemon's feeling better, and then was subsequently betrayed, but still feeling better.
Betrayed. Ooh.
So, with that, you guys are now standing around next to the cart. Daylight's continuing to burn. What are you doing now?
Are we next to the lake?
I mean, you would be next to the cart, which is next to the lake.
So we don't-
Do we have an
moving-
approximate distance for how far the boat that we know about is from this current location?
So, generally speaking, from where you're at, comparing it to how long you would guess it would have taken you to get to the boat from your starting position,
Mhm.
like back where Noodle Boops had passed,
Mm-hmm.
you would, of course, as I say this, people will go and start sending me messages.
Message.
They casted
I'd say
sending.
uses feline agility, runs to the boat.
Yeah. Focat, you suck. Jesus, man.
Message.
Either way, as I was trying to say, back to where you guys originally were, where Noodle had passed, it would have looked like it would have taken you guys a good 3 or so days to get over there. And from that position to where you guys are, it took just a few hours.
Hmm.
So probably a day and a half, travel to get from here over to the boat
Okay.
On foot or on the cart?
using the cart.
I guess we're using the cart.
Heals the entire horse just to save the cart. Walks anyway. Does not elaborate.
We're never gonna get. That's it. We're gonna have to fight undead.
Yeah, we don't
Not gonna
gotta
get
worry.
there in
It's fine.
Okay. So at that point, we would just load everyone up. Sofir would let Layra take the reins. That's what I was trying to say. And Sofir's gonna stay sitting in like the back of the carriage next to Hutchis and still cradling Natsu, continuously casting Ray of Frost at a lesser extent to keep her nice and cool.
Poke of frost.
The vague suggestion of cold.
Ray of chili.
Ray of chili? Wait.
Ray of
Chili?
frosty.
I pictured him casting chili coming out.
Ah, yes. Ray of chili. Not to be confused with when someone says, like, "Brr, it's chilly out." No.
There's just
It's a ray
beans
that
and-
shoots out chili beans.
chili beans, just beans and meat coming out.
Ray of a cool
Ray
summer.
of chili!
Ray of a cool breeze.
He's shooting it at her forehead.
Okay.
Wait, why are you putting chili? Oh.
Don't worry
you,
about it. Yeah,
don't you know I'm part-time at Taco Bell? We put chili on everything, apparently.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
But either way. So everyone's getting into the cart?
Jumps in the cart.
Yeah.
Killian, are you getting in the cart?
Yes. And then I promptly get into the cart.
Mm-hmm. Layra makes her way over to the coach seat and you cracks the reins as Lemon starts making her way, pulling you all along. So- With that, time for me to start rolling some dice.
Oh no.
Nice roll.
Already? But we just got here.
I know, crazy, isn't it?
He's implying
What
that
a
something might happen.
variety,
Quick, cast guidance on me.
That's it. Buff, bless, guidance.
Aid.
Okay,
I take the dodge
so-
action.
Ooh, aid would be really good.
Gotta
Wait,
love
I
the
didn't long
dodge
rest.
action.
Did we? Did we long rest?
I don't even think aid
don't
is
think so.
concentration, is it?
It's concentration.
I don't think it is. Is it?
It is. I think. What did we
Okay,
cast
Wait,
for? I don't
swear
remember.
Seen it. It wasn't.
No,
Guidance.
it's 8 hours for some reason.
Ooh,
Okay,
that's
it's
actually
been
so
more
good,
than
like-
8 hours.
Putting
I
an
think-
aid in like
Has
plus.
it?
Interesting.
Yes.
Sorry, which?
So,
Yes, it has been more than 8 hours.
What are you talking about?
and-
Bless?
Oh, wait. What did I
Bless and
cast?
aid
I don't
on
know.
everybody.
Oh. Yeah,
Ah.
Bless is concentration up to 1 minute, which is what I cast.
Mm-hmm. And oh, okay.
Wait, I forgot. What are we rolling?
We're not rolling anything.
Fireball.
Now you
We're
guys
not
are rolling anything.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not rolling anything.
I-
Arx
I'd-
is
I
rolling
had rolled
stuff.
some stuff. Mhm.
We didn't
So-
get a rest, did we? I don't remember.
No, but I am gonna say you guys
Okay,
are
cool.
allowed to have a long rest right now. Actually,
Woo!
Awesome. I
rest?
can heal myself.
Oh, I
Don't
no
even
longer
need-
have
don't even-
exhaustion. It feels good.
I don't even need the long rest. I'll click it anyways.
hmm.
No reason not to. It's
Just in
free.
case you forgot some.
I'll take it.
Long
I mean,
rest.
you are sleeping right now, so
Mm-hmm. So, Sofir,
Yes.
how long through this would you be holding on to Natsu?
Pretty much the entire time. because he's really concerned with everything he's learned about her situation, so he doesn't want to let her go for now. Especially like if her temperature is staying at wherever it's at, he's really trying to bring that down.
Casting chili beans.
Okay.
The most that he would have done in terms of like comfort would be transitioning from like a cradle in his arms to like letting her rest like on his chest, basically.
Hmm. Okay. So, as you guys, continue on your way, who would be in the outermost reaches of the cart?
What do you
I
mean
know
by that?
Lyra would be.
Are you saying like more
Uh,
towards the front or the back, like on the extreme end?
Yes.
I call shotgun.
Sophia would
Shotgun.
probably be more towards the back, just like periodically keeping an eye on, the rear of the cart, making sure nothing is coming after them.
Okay. Sofir, roll me perception.
Oh yeah, perception. I'm good at those. Time to fail.
Guide him.
That's another 10, so 18 total.
18 total.
Nice.
Lovely.
Whoa.
So,
typical dice.
As you guys are continuing on your way, you notice, further off into the forest as you guys have, made your way back to the, other side of the lake here, continuing to march along, to get over to the boat. You see, far off in the woods, what seems to be several figures, sort of marching in a line off in a separate direction.
And so they're not heading the same direction as we are.
No, they are not.
In that case, Sophia will kind of direct the attention of anyone who's like listening to him. There's some people off that way. I don't know if they're a threat, but they're definitely there.
I see. Let's make sure to keep track of them.
I'll keep an eye on things as best as I can, but for the time being, let's try to keep as much of a low profile as we can.
How does it
Mhm.
look outside? Is the sun going down?
So at this point, a good several hours have passed. The sun is about to go down. It's getting close to sunset. As this is going on, Sofir Hudges kind of looks to you, he's like, "Hey, hey,
Yeah.
can Hudges kind of fiddles around with his hands for a minute. Can I watch her for a bit?" And kind of looks away, almost like he's embarrassed for asking.
Time to make a judgment call.
I'd say yes.
So we're gonna assign this as follows, and I'm gonna use the digital dice for this one just so no one knows I'm BSing. Or no one thinks I'm BSing anyway. Evens, Sophia will allow Hutchis to take Soul Watch over Natsu for the time being. Odds, Sophia will continue to watch Natsu himself, but will allow Hutchis to stay, beside him. Alright, I guess I trust Hutchis now.
Woo!
So, Sophia kind of reluctantly removes Natsu from his chest and sort of gently lowers her onto the bench and kind of moves himself to the floor to make space for her. All the while, he's still keeping his water skin chilled as much as he can. And he'll turn to Hutchison and say, "Yeah, you can watch her. You've done a good job so far, so I trust you."
He nods as he just takes a seat next to her. You glancing back between her and just around, keeping watch.
The entire time he's doing this, Sofir just looks worried, like, all the time.
Are we still kind of far off the boat?
It's still another, like, 2 days off.
I be
Regardless,
would
we're
I be
continuing
able,
on.
Would I be able to help pull the car
I mean, you could, but why would you need to?
to speed it up? Because we're running out of time.
Running out of time for what?
Be like a horse. Because the undead are gonna pop up.
Yeah, fair. I mean, it's a multi-day trip. I mean, it's kind of bound to happen, but I mean, if you want to try and, like, assist in pushing the cart.
Damn. Maybe on the last day, probably. At the very end. Just jumps out and uses feline agility. Which is it?
Okay. So, well, with that, night begins to fall. As this happens, you guys can hear, like, various movements within the lake. Lots of splishing and splashing. As you can hear the faint sounds of the undead rising, though none of them are really that fast, nor are any of them really making any blockages in the pathway. So, as Lemon continues to do her duty of moving along, none of the undead really are able to keep up with you.
Yay!
So you guys kind of continue without a single hitch, in all fairness. The night goes rather uneventful.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
How sturdy is the roof of the cart?
I mean, enough that it was able to support Natsu's weight, but that's because Natsu weighs next to nothing.
Damn. Would I be able to jump on top of it? Without
Possibly.
falling inside?
There's a chance. It's made of canvas.
I guess Calico's gonna try it. Keep watch outside.
If you're particular about it, it'd probably be fine.
He's gonna try jumping up outside on the cart to check out what's out there.
Okay.
I guess it's moving. Would I have to roll anything?
So you're just keeping watch outside the cart?
He's trying to jump on top of the roof outside of the cart.
I see. Roll me athletics.
Oh no, athletics. Damn, not acrobatics.
Yep. Because this is just straight up a jump.
I rolled a 6 to... Am I falling out the window?
Contrary to popular belief, cats are not that strong.
Oh no.
You go and try and make a jump, but fail pretty hard as your paws just reach onto the canvas and just start sliding down, just scratching holes into the side of the cart.
The whole time, Sofir's watching you do this, just like, why?
You honestly resemble that of a house cat that managed to jump onto a curtain.
I was trying to check. I was trying to get on top for a better view. Seems it didn't go as planned.
Yeah, may want to keep that to a minimum. I appreciate the effort, but we have enough of a view just through this gap right here. And frankly, putting yourself on top of the cart would likely make you a target if somebody does want to hurt us.
Hmm.
Maybe. I think I'd be fine.
Mhm.
It's not a matter of if you'd be fine or
So-
not, it's a matter of not taking the risk.
So, as you continue, taking a roll here. Oh, okay. So, as you guys continue on your way, Lyra eventually leans back to you all. Hey, just off of the right side of the cart here, it seems like there's a tower hanging out in the middle of a clearing. We interested in checking it out, or we just want to keep going?
Think?
Has Natsu woken
we
up by this point? Has her temperature dropped at all? Anything notable with her?
I would say Natsu's temperature has not dropped, though, today Natsu would have likely gotten up at this point.
Hello?
Hello?
No.
You know what's going on roughly, right? Like you didn't just come back from stepping away?
Yeah.
Mm,
Okay. Then in that case, upon waking, you are being watched by Hutchis as diligently as he ever has, and Sofir is constantly cooling a water skin over your forehead.
What?
Exactly what I said.
What is? No. What did you say?
I am placing a water skin over your forehead and casting a lesser version of Ray of Frost in an effort to, like, cool down your body temperature, but it's not working.
Oh. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I could not control that.
You're fine.
So, Natsu, you've woken up. You still have that warm, fuzzy feeling, and generally feeling a bit better than yesterday. Still a little, lightheaded, but past that.
Hello?
Wokich.
I is awake.
Hey, welcome back to the world of the living.
I was
As you're saying
dead
this, as you're saying this, you see the red caps just sitting on the edge of the cart. He waves at you. No one else sees the red cap.
I was gonna say me or Natsu.
Mm-hmm. You were saying Natsu? I didn't hear
Can
you.
I wave back at the red cap?
You wave back.
Looks in direction
waves.
of wave.
You see nothing. It's the other corner of the cart, the one you tend to sit across from.
I'm gonna roll a judgment call.
Huge
Do
man
we notice
called,
anything? How
tiny-
does this tower look outside?
So it's a little hard to tell because it is currently nighttime
Okay.
and it is pretty freaking dark.
I guess I have some night vision, I think.
Yeah, you do.
Whatever it's called.
You have dark vision.
Is there anything that anyone wants to say or do before I do what I'm gonna do? Because I rolled the judgment call, and I'm definitely gonna confront Natsu about the red cap.
Oh no.
So if there's anything either of you want to say or do before I do that,
I guess I was
Well-
just looking at the tower, seeing
Well,
if it,
with
anything.
with your dark vision, it looks rather basic, like a little short, stubby. Definitely looks a bit bulky. A lot of the brickwork that that's used in the tower is quite larger than average.
Mm,
It makes the tower have a very sturdy appearance to it.
mhm.
You can faintly see that of old, rusted over weaponry kind of littering the ground around this tower.
Oh, boomerang.
Who knows? Maybe someone left a boomerang around here.
Boomerang, you do always come back.
Sucker.
Probably. Calico's probably gonna want to check it out.
Got to get Calico a space sword now.
But I guess before that, Sofir could do his thing.
I am specifically holding that until unless Keely wants to do something.
Yeah, equip my quiver.
Okay.
Quiver equipped, and then he's just taking a walk away.
Walk. Wait, where are you walking? You
We're
can't
still
walk
in
that
motion.
far. Unless you're leaving the car.
Just jumps off, you know?
Ooh.
So
All
If
right.
you're gonna make a
Going-
stop, he will.
What? I guess Calico's gonna go to the
Well, I
town.
will say the minute you go and jump off, Lara goes and stops the cart. He's like, okay, well, I guess we are stopping.
How far away are we from the tower?
A good, like, alright, so it was probably a good, like, 80 feet.
Okay, so we can just
Okay,
walk
perfect.
there.
No, that's good.
Hmm.
That is
I
a
could
good
just
distance.
Feline agility there.
Okay. With
Yes, you could.
with that, Sofir is going to stand up from his position and say, "Hey, Natsu,
Yeah?
you remember when I said that, we should find time to talk? I think it's that time."
Yes.
As you're saying this, Sofir, the red cap just kind of looks down, like pinching the brow of his bulbous nose, like, oh dear.
That is only if you want to, of course. I'm not going to make you do anything. That being said, I do really want to have a chat with you.
Then I suppose we can.
All right. Let's say we go somewhere a bit more secluded. No offense, but looks to the rest of the group. I think this needs to be a private conversation. So we're just going to find somewhere for a bit.
The rest of the group. I think you only have Lyra and the Hutch.
Lyra, Hutchis, and
Let's say Calico is gone.
Calico. Yeah, Calico's gone.
He's going to the town.
well, then he would still be addressing
Jumped out
Lyra and
long
Hutchis in that case. So as
He
so as far
is,
as I'm concerned, contextually, the rest of the group makes sense.
Billy's just checking the perimeter,
Mhm.
as the cleric does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause you can hear the undead kind of shambling about, but none of the sounds are really getting closer.
Oh no. Am I running past and
No, there's no undead where you're at.
Get
Okay. Can people see you, Killy?
Yes.
Currently, yes, they would be able to. There is a lantern equipped to the
Dang.
cart that is giving off light.
Hmm.
So, Killy and Calico, roll me perception checks. Second off, Sofir, where are you going?
I perceive nothing.
Are there more trees around, or like what exactly is around us? Do we have like a forest we could wander into just a little?
So currently to your left, you have the lake that you're currently kind of walking around the outer rim of. To your forward right, you would have that of the tower and its clearing. And to your back right, there would be just normal forest that you could walk into. Yeah.
You know, I was gonna say forest until you mentioned the lake was right there, so now it's narratively more satisfying if I take her to the lake.
Ah, yes, the lake where all of the undead are coming out of it.
Not like super close to the lake, like a ways off.
He can just ray of frost all of them. No worries.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll get back those
Yeah,
2
fair
levels of
enough.
exhaustion in no time.
All the
Yeah.
undead hands rushing towards you.
Actually, if
So-
if I may, Sofir will turn to Natsu and say, "We've got 3 options. Why don't you take the pick of your favorite?" Gestures to like the lake, the clearing, and the forest.
Are we separated?
As you give the offer, the red cap basically I was like, well, I mean, not to butt in on a bit of a private conversation between, you and, Sofia here. But, I mean, whatever he's got to say, should be fine enough to say in front of, these 2 lovely people. I mean, Lyra's, she's sitting in as your mom. She says aunt, but we all know she's your mom. And, we've got that of Hutch's here. He helped defend you when no one else would. He probably cares about you more than anyone else here besides yours truly. I don't see why he doesn't need to be here for this.
The audacity of this one.
Why
Say,
can't we do it here, Sophia?
Sofir kind of sharply inhales and thinks for a moment. And then he opens his eyes and says, "You know, that's fine. We can do it right here."
Persuaded.
Well, see, lass? You stick your mind sometimes and things get done.
But I just want to know one thing before we decide on that. Is that your decision?
What is it?
Is that your decision?
Yes, it's my decision. Yes.
Yours and only yours?
Mine and only mine.
Do I believe her for a second?
That is up to you two, weirdly, because, I could say, for freaking Natsu to roll deception or whatever, but I could also ask in this situation, Natsu, would you find that you are making your own decision here, or is it, purely because of, the red cap kind of nudging you in this direction?
I'm actually making my own decision along with that
Mm.
nudge.
Okay. In that case, there's...
So,
in that
in
case,
this
there's
situation,
not a
it'd be
lot.
more of a persuasion, if anything.
Yeah, I would say
in,
persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're basically trying to convince
Persuasion?
Sofir that this is your own free will and not something else.
Should I do
You
a
have to convince.
persuasion check then?
In this context, I would say yes. What would I roll in
So-
opposition of that?
In this situation, it would probably be insight.
Inside.
Oh, that's bad.
Sofir's going to roll
that's a
insight,
plus.
and you are going to roll persuasion.
That's
Tomoe.
bad. That's a +2. Okay.
+2.
She gets a nat 20.
Okay. Sorry, I blanked for a moment. You said insight, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Fox, you're not wrong. I rolled a 19 plus 1, it's a 20.
Oh,
Dirty 20.
I got a net 20.
Tony.
Nat
Oh.
20! Woo!
Nice.
You can't steal my luck anymore, Tomoe.
Well,
You didn't realize I got a dirty 20, right?
I mean, you got a dirty 20, but that doesn't compare to a nat 20.
I am
Not-
critically.
Thing is that this is... The thing is, Sophia, this is a bit of an odd situation.
Hmm.
Because as Tomoe has said, despite the Red Cap's little suggestive comments here and there, she made the decision herself. So where exactly would you say your nat 20 insight roll gets you?
What happens with
Because I
Okay.
don't exactly have a good description for you in
I-
this scenario.
I think I've got something.
Oh,
What was your
Like technically, I have
what was your
plenty that
total?
I could say.
What was your total persuasion? Tomoe?
It was dirty 20,
Dirty 20?
so 20 total.
Okay. So when you say this, Tomoe or Natsu, Sofir looks conflicted. Like he believes what you're saying, but at the same time, you feel like he knows something more about like your situation and what's been happening recently with you. So he's not 100. It doesn't seem like he's 100% certain of what you're saying. And then he breathes deep. We can do it here. That's more than fine. And he chooses to trust you.
I'll say as this happens, the Red Cap kind of raises an eyebrow and he's like, well, what do we know? Man's actually taking your word for it. Good on him.
That being
Yeah,
said,
maybe there's hope for him yet.
Sofir will like kind of kneel down to eye level with Natsu. I want to start off by apologizing to you. I went against your wishes, and I hurt myself even though you said not to. And I apologize for that.
Well, what do you know? Understanding our flaws and making up for it. Better by the minute. I still grow worried about him, but alright.
I suppose I'll accept your apology for now.
I see. In that case,
But don't ever do that again.
I'll do my best not to. But with that in mind, I feel you're owed an explanation for why I did that. You saw them, right? The scars on my back.
Yeah. There were so many of them.
Yeah,
It certainly was a veritable catalogue.
some of those scars come from much earlier in my life, before I was the man you see before you. I was young.
Huh?
I was
How
Aaron,
old are you?
26.
Oh, that is really old.
Sophia just like
That's all.
Sophia clutches at his chest exaggeratedly, like, oh.
Takes 1d4 emotional damage.
Old man.
Soon Red will be growing like what's that called? Silver hair. You'll be like a grandpa.
Not for quite a while, I'm afraid. But that's beside the point. Some of those scars you saw on my back were from when I was much more arrogant. I thought that if people knew the truth about certain things, that would inspire them to act on the side of justice. They didn't. Instead, the people I tried to rally to my cause watched me get hauled off unjustly by people who were far more evil than you could imagine. Sofir looks like a bit choked up as he begins to recount this tale. They hurt me. These people. They hurt me a lot.
Can I murder them?
As fun as that would be, I already beat you to the punch. I broke out of there, and I slaughtered every one of them.
As you're saying this, Sophie, the Red Cap kind of leads in a bit of a crooked smile and says, like, well, now, see, now the story's getting good. Some bloodshed, some violence.
Violence.
I remember as I was breaking out of that place, the one thing that managed to keep me going, the one thing that inspired me from just going in the wrong direction, he sort of clutches at his scarf, was the memory of the family I lost.
Damn it.
Originally, it was much more malicious. I hated them for what they did to me. I wanted them to suffer. And they did. But after the smoke cleared and I saw what was left for me, I realized just how alone I was. Sofir kind of looks over his shoulder towards Lyra. Well, almost completely alone.
Yeah, you see, Lyra's been watching the whole thing. Just idly looking back in the cart, arm leaned against one of the cart's edges. Yeah, I mean, you were definitely a bit of a mess when we first met.
You don't have to sugarcoat it for my sake.
You didn't quite realize what you'd done.
Yeah, I didn't. Anyway, long-winded explanation aside, the overall point to this story that I'm trying to make is that I killed a lot of people that night. And a good number of them weren't like the ones that hurt me. They were innocent. Just people doing their jobs in a world that didn't care for them. Innocent... innocent lives like the one that was taken yesterday. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't see what he's talking about. I mean, innocent lives and whatever. And what does it matter? So I imagine if you say anything like that to him, he's going to grow concerned. So, best to keep going with what he's expecting.
So, I want to ask you something critical. Have you ever
What is
taken
it?
Have you ever taken an innocent life?
Mm, I mean, to my knowledge, not really.
No.
I mean, even that miso fella. I mean, he was actually a bit more twisted than he would have let people let on. But I really did you all a favor. But he would never believe that.
Hmm.
Judgment
Hmm.
call.
Judgment call?
Damn it.
This is going to be rather unfortunate.
19.
Sofir
What's that 19 for?
seems to look at you and after a few seconds breathes a sigh of relief as he seems to believe that you have not taken an innocent life. All right then. I guess what happened with that kobold was nothing more than an accident. I just wanted to make sure,
Oh no.
in the interest of honesty. And I also,
Yeah.
I'd like to, how do I say this? I'd like you to make me a promise.
Oh boy. Mhm.
I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone without just cause.
Hmm.
Yeah, fair enough.
I suppose.
All right. And in exchange, I promise I'll never hurt myself.
Sounds like a fair enough deal to me, but it's up to you, lass, if you want to take it.
I'll have to take it for now.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
S-
It'll
I
be
have a
done.
feeling I pegged that Sofir fella a bit wrong earlier. Although I feel like he might have lost his way a bit along the way.
Mm.
Sofir seems, sorry, were you going to say something?
Funnily enough, he was going to say, he's like, oh, did I interrupt something? Sorry. Yeah, I'll stay quiet while you two are saying whatever you need to say.
Interrupt.
Sofir does seem somewhat relieved upon
So
hearing
what
this.
oh, sorry, I interrupted again.
Do it again.
Arx, I'll kill you.
You won't do it again.
I'll kill you like I'm gonna kill that red cap.
Alright, I'll actually...
Okay. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Anything to ask me? Consider it a fairer exchange for that promise of yours. Ask me anything and I'll tell you.
Who was that person you were talking to in that room with shields?
If you're just asking for the name, it was Brundon. If you're asking for anything more specific than that, I couldn't really say. He's a god of some sort, and he's reached out to me for one reason or another.
A god?
A really powerful person.
A really powerful person?
Yeah.
Brandon.
Yep.
Hey. He's
He's a bit of a higher up kind of fella. He can do a lot of crazy things that you couldn't quite imagine. Though, with all that power, he comes with the limitation that he can't, just go around using it willy-nilly. He needs to have just enough cause and have people that give him the permissions to use such power. And not so if you follow the way teachings you're supposed to follow, where you get to use that power whenever you wish. But to each their own.
Do you wish to know more?
I think I'm good for now. But thank you.
All right. We should probably link up with the others. There's no telling what's waiting in that tower.
So, meanwhile, Calico.
Let's say he's already about to go in the tower.
With all this having been done, roll me a perception check, please.
Uh-oh. For some reason, my bonus is good, but my rolls are bad with perception.
And now you know how I feel.
Total 22.
So, you go and start, looking your way around this tower. Immediately, all around the outside, you see tons of old, rusted-over equipment. Old swords that kind of disintegrate when you go and touch them, a flail that is no longer attached to its chain, a bow and arrow that has long since withered away. Lots of very old equipment around here. Until you eventually get up to the tower itself. The tower has a single large oak door with bits of moss growing upon it, and is currently ajar, allowing you to peek slightly inside. Do you go in?
I guess instead of peek, I guess he's gonna try to peek inside a little bit before he goes in.
Okay. So, kind of peek your head in to try and get a good look in the room. It looks kind of small. Relatively confined space. A good, 25 feet in diameter. There's that of random bits of armor just strewn about the floor, pieces of equipment. There's a open book with a quill at its side, just sitting, on the floor, haphazardly.
I don't notice any, movement or nothing, do I?
You do not see any movement. You don't see anything that's alive or anything like that.
I guess he's gonna think it's safe enough and he's gonna go in.
So you go and open the door. The wood kind of scrapes against the ground as it seems like the door has sagged a bit over time. As you enter into the tower. And looking around, there's not much of interest in here. Certainly there's a lot of pieces of equipment in here, and unlike all the stuff outside, none of the equipment in here seems like it's rusted or, decayed in any way. It looks to be in fine condition. It was, made maybe at most, a few months ago. But everything here is just kind of sitting haphazardly on the ground everywhere. Weirdly, the more you look at all the armor, you could see pieces of what looks like clothes, that are underneath a lot of the pieces. Almost like, not just, there are a bunch of armor everywhere, but along with the armor is the underlying clothing that goes with it.
Not suspicious at all. Do I still see that? Is that book like right in front of me.
Well, I will say at this point, Sofir, Natsu, if you guys are, like, are you both going to be heading towards the tower, or is it just going to be Sofir that heads to the tower, or what?
I'm going wherever Sophia goes.
Okay.
Question.
Yeah, Skilly. I wasn't sure to call on you since you weren't, there.
Oh no, I was here the entire time.
Oh, okay.
But having checked the perimeter around the tower, I would join them if I've spotted nothing.
You would have spotted nothing.
Okay. Then I'm with
But alright.
them.
Basically,
Alright, so-
before Sofir and Natsu go to the tower, he would check with Lyra, see if she wants to accompany them.
Lara would deny. She's fine where she's at.
Okay. In that case, Sofir will turn to Hutchis and say, help guard the cart while we're gone. More hands on deck is never a bad thing. We'll be back soon. Don't get into too much trouble.
Okay.
That goes for you too, Lyra.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Please,
no,
Sophia?
please help me from all the trouble I'm in.
You're hilarious.
Sophia, wait.
Mhm.
The amount of nothing that's assaulting me is making this a very dangerous environment.
Resists urge to throw card.
She has a smirk on her face.
You're the greatest, Lyra.
Yeah, I know I am.
Are you sure they're not married?
No, this is a Metal Gear
says-
Solid. This is a Metal Gear Solid, big boss and boss relationship. At least as far as Sofir believes.
So, as this is going on, Natsu, the red cap is currently walking next to you and kind of looks at you like, hey lass,
Yeah?
why don't you go back to the cart for a brief minute and bring along that killer fella, the one with the bow.
Okay. Hey! Kill guy? Can you come
Shut
with me?
Referring to
you.
referring to his kill guy.
Kill guy.
That's good.
Hmm?
Come back to the cart with me.
Okay. Of which I would get out from the bushes because, yes, I was just in the bushes.
Just hiding out, watching everybody.
Totally not having a bow in hand, aiming at Hutchis, not at all.
Like, crap. Like, man. Like, I was so ready to take the shot.
Damn it.
Damn.
Heck yeah.
Yes, so I exit the bushes and then join her at the cart.
Mm-hmm. Now, since we seem to be amongst good friends here, rather than a fella that we're a bit less sure about, lass, why don't you pull back your hair a bit and get a good feel on your forehead there. You might notice something.
What are these?
Didn't fully hear you there, Tomoe.
What was that?
Huh? What are these?
There we go. As Tomoe, not Tomoe, as Natsu moves her hair aside, uh, Killy, Lyra, and Hutchess eventually. You see that Natsu is
Eventually.
growing 2 small horns from the front of her head.
Smiles at her. Wonderful. You've grown a pair of horns.
Nice.
What are these?
Well,
These nubs.
Those are little horns, dear. And I
Huh?
gently pat her head.
well, those are concerning.
Why are they concerning, Lyra?
Well, I mean, people don't just go around growing a set of horns. As she says, as the red cap kind of waves everything. But she doesn't understand. You're special.
I mean, she's pretty young, and we don't know her parents, do we?
Well, no. I mean, she could have tiefling heritage. I guess that could make sense.
Yes. So, sprouting horns. She could be a late bloomer.
Maybe.
Leaf? What is that?
A tiefling?
Hmm.
A tiefling is a species of, I guess you could say, humanoid-like creatures such as ourselves
Hmm.
who have a demonic sort of nature.
Hmm.
Don't worry, lass. I can teach you all about tieflings and the like whenever we've got the time.
Okay.
He just pats her head.
Well, regardless, it seems that these all have taken the news well, though I think you've stunned your friend Hutchess a good bit. As Hutchess is currently staring wide-eyed at your horns. Your little horn nubs, as he just slowly reaches up to one of them and tries to grab it with some of his fingers.
What are you doing?
Does it hurt?
No, not at all. They feel pretty solid.
Okay. I mean, last time I saw that, Gaggle had gotten impaled by a bull, so I had to be sure.
Well, I don't think I'll impale you anytime soon. You're my friend.
Almost like a dial-up internet, there's a brief moment that you can tell that Hutchess is trying to figure out what you just said to him. Or he's like,
Oh, you're making the... Oh. I thought you got stabbed by a bull.
No,
Why is Hutchess so
these
dumb?
wood-like nubs are growing out of my head.
So you're part bull?
No, I
I'm
don't know.
about.
So you are a bull.
I don't think so.
as this is going on, Redcap is like silently chuckling to himself.
I'm a tabaxi. I'm a cat. But why am I growing horn nubs?
I will say for you, bleh. for you, Killy, Tabaxi. She does not look like a Tabaxi.
Yes, I kind of quite gathered that.
Yeah.
See?
You have a Tabaxi in the party. His name's Calico. As you say this, Larry kind of like gives you a glance and like, you think you're a Tabaxi?
That's what I've always been told.
We'll need to teach her about species
Then what
another
species
time.
am I?
As you saying this, the Redcap kind of brushes like, you don't need to worry about it, lass. You're special. If anyone ever needs to ask, you're you. You're Natsu. You're entirely unique. There ain't no one else like you, lass.
Seeing as how she doesn't know what a tiefling is, species is a subject we'll teach her at a later time, if possible.
Lyra,
Regard.
what do you think I am?
I mean, you look fairly humanoid. I mean, as in just a human for the most part. Excluding the feline features. So I'd put a wager on human, since most of you is human.
I guess. Though I used to have an animal-like body.
She kind of raises an eyebrow like she's about to say something, but the red cap chimes in. You know, lass, I'm enjoying this conversation, but you should probably make your way back to Sofir before he tries to join himself.
Okay. I'll do that.
Cover the horns
what?
before you see Sofir. Just, I don't think you'll be happy to see them.
Why? I was thinking of showing them off to him.
Lass, you know what? You could have it be a bit of a test. If he grows concerned over you having a bunch of horns, then, well, maybe I was right with my initial assumptions of him. You understand?
I guess.
Just
We'll see.
keep the horns hidden for now.
I guess I'll hide them for now. But I want Sofir to give me extra head pats.
All right. I still think you should show them to him, but if that's what you want to do.
Maybe
I'll let him figure it out on his own. When I mentioned head pats. He can
Clever
feel it
lass.
himself.
Well, if he's concerned over it, you know. Either way, you should move before he,
Gotta go.
antsy.
Bye, Lyra. I'll be back.
Oh no, the something is leaving me. I'm back to my crippling nothingness.
Sofir!
Hey, was waiting on you.
Sorry, it took so long.
Calico, currently you can hear Sofir and Natsu just outside the tower.
Yes, he's looking over that. He picked up that book, whatever that book was.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, Do you mind rolling me investigation while I continue with Sofir and Natsu?
Investigation. Oh no, +1.
You can do it. I believe in you.
So
No.
between Sofir and Natsu.
Hmm.
For what?
So what are you two doing while Lumi goes and takes a roll?
So,
I want Sophia to give me head pats.
well, let me think. Sofir, sees you run up and says, "What were you talking about back there?"
We were just talking about species and what I am.
Sofir kind of looks up contemplatively, like, huh, never really considered what you are.
What do you think I am?
Sofir gingerly places a hand on your head and starts giving you a head pat and says, never thought about it too hard because it doesn't really matter.
Mofo.
What matters is that you're Natsu. You always have been and you always will be.
So how long are you giving Natsu these head pats?
I would say Sofir would do it until she's satisfied.
Okay, then. That's why I imagine with any of your slight movements, Sofir, eventually, the palm of your hand kind of brushes up against a slightly raised part on Natsu's head.
Sofir feels the bump, moves hand to move her hair out of the way.
At this point, Killy would arrive by them.
So is this a recent thing, or have these always been there and I just never checked?
I want to say more recent.
Do these horns resemble anything that I would have seen in my life?
Roll me Arcana.
Arcana, yay, I'm good at those.
Mm-hmm.
Arcana.
11, so 18.
So, looking at the horns, one of the things that, as you're taking a look at them, the faint bit of light that's given off from the lantern, it's kind of barely reaching over here, so it's a bit hard for you to see. But looking over to her horns, they look black and very smooth. And just generally from placement, with the fact that they're on the front of her head, they resemble what you would have read about as demonic horns. Tieflings sometimes have horns that form this way. Though typically for tieflings, their horn color tends to match their skin tone.
In that case, Sofir will kind of examine them a bit closer and be like, huh, that's weird, but...
They started growing the other day as we were leaving. I'm guessing that's just why I was feeling fuzzy, tingly, and really warm.
Maybe this is why your head was hurting so much. Speaking of, do these hurt at all when I touch them? And he'll slightly tug on one of the horns a little.
No! Hey!
Sorry. I just wanted to know if they were causing you pain by being there.
I will say, as you bring pain to Natsu, there's a brief twitch from like the red cap that you can't see. It's like,
Why won't you let me kill him?
Sorry, lass, if I happen to say anything too bothersome. I don't like seeing you in pain.
It's okay. It's not really that kind of pain, though. It's kind of like something lodged in like my skull or something.
Yeah, I guess I should have made that connection before I just started tugging on things.
Probably.
Well, what about the horns themselves? Do they hurt while they're, you know, since they've come in, I guess, do they just hurt by being there, or is it only when someone interacts with them?
Only when someone interacts with them if they get pulled like that.
Okay, guess
How
I'll
would
just...
you like it if you had horns, or if I was tugging on your ears? How would you feel?
I wouldn't know. Never had any of those things happen. But that just means I've got to be more careful with you, I guess. This doesn't really change anything meaningful as long as they're not causing you pain.
What do you mean you have to watch me more?
Ah, jeez, give me a minute. I got to go deal with a thing.
Oh no!
We'll save what Sofir is going to say for when Arx comes back.
Yeah. I'll go use the bathroom.
My time to run.
Yes, use the bathroom, do it.
Yay, finally. I might be gone for like more than 10 minutes.
Me too.
Oh my god. Everyone's gone. I can't be entertaining. I can't be entertaining to 2 streams. This is too much. Don't.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Everyone left because they needed the restroom. I will have to wait. I'll have to wait for Tomoe to come back before I can say what I was going to say.
I was gonna say, what did I miss? Because there was a brief bit near the end of there that I wasn't able to listen.
Yeah, we didn't continue with that once you left. We were like, I basically said I'll save that for when you come back.
That, I mean,
like, the last thing that Sofir said was basically like, this doesn't change anything meaningful. I'll just have to watch you more closely from now on. And basically, you know, be more careful with Natsu if things are changing with her that might cause her pain if he's careless about his movement. Other than that, there is more to the conversation that he was going to say, but then you left, so I halted it so that you wouldn't miss it.
Well, thank you.
How soon do you think we'll reach the tower?
I mean, you guys are standing in front of it.
Oh. Can I go inside? I'd like to go inside. I want to be inside.
Yes, you can go inside the tower. There's currently a calico inside the tower.
I also
inside the tower.
I also want to be inside the tower, but I can't because I'm busy being a dad.
I got a total 8 on the thing, so I guess I don't see anything significant in the book. Probably
I
not.
need everyone inside the tower, including the red cap.
I'll give you all this description once Tomoe gets back.
Do I hear it?
Put
Do
on
I
your
hear
night
all
vision
that?
goggles.
What?
Everyone put on your night vision goggles.
Night vision
In other words, dark vision. We can't see in the dark.
For the conversation that's happening between Natsu and Sofir, I don't know how much of that you would hear from where you are.
Probably hear everything.
Depends.
Yeah, Calico probably would hear most of it, yeah.
Yeah, Sofir's not exactly being quiet about it. He's not trying to keep it a secret.
She's got horns now?
Sorry, let me exaggerate for dramatic effect. She has horns now!
Horns! No globbing way.
Oh my glob.
Stop. Yamero. This is a good session. Oh, well, she's back.
returned.
Okay. All right.
Time to resume parental advice.
Yep. Okay, so just so I'm clear, the last thing Natsu asked was like, why would Sofir need to be more careful of her? Roughly, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not really more careful. It's just, look, you're changing in unexpected ways, clearly. And if those changes are going to bring you harm, if I am careless, then I need to be more careful. I don't want to hurt you, Natsu. You're important to me. Everyone here is. So of course I don't want to hurt you by doing something stupid.
Okay, I'll take it then.
Now come on, let's get in there.
Hmm.
Can't let Calico have all the fun.
Okay. I'm gonna go hard ass hammer on them.
Yep, whatever you say.
Yeah. I'm gonna go hard as a hammer.
So, as you go and rush into the building, Natsu, you could see everything fine enough. I mean, it's all in black and white for you because you're using your dark vision to see.
Yeah.
Sofir, you cannot see a blasted thing.
I mean, you said it's
It is
roughly.
pitch blackness.
You said it's roughly night, right?
I mean, it is currently night at this moment.
Can't see.
And the lantern is not reaching into the tower at the slightest.
Can I take out some torches and light them?
If you wish to light a torch, yes.
Because I do have, I think I have a torch. Oh no, I have 10 torches. Why do I have so many torches?
Because after you go and light it, once you put it out, that torch is used up.
That's fair. In that case,
Light all 10 of them.
in that case, Sophia would light a singular torch, probably using magic.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let me think. That's instantaneous, so there's no duration, because it would just be gone as soon as I do
You
it.
can use prestidigitation to just light a torch.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I would basically use prestidigitation for that. So light a torch, and he will hand it to Natsu. Because Sophia trusts Natsu and is also trusting that she's not going to just run away with a torch and leave him in complete darkness.
can I
Anyway,
detect magic?
well,
Anyway.
I'll allow you to do that in a second, but Calico has been patiently waiting for me to go and give them the results of their investigation check.
Okay.
Again, very sorry for the wait there, Calico.
I don't think I got anything anyway. It was a 9
So-
total.
Looking through, this journal, nothing like immediately stands out. Kind of skimming through it, just kind of seems like a pretty boring, like Watchman's, like event catalog, if anything.
Mhm.
It's like, nothing to report. Nothing to report. Joe slipped today. Nothing to report.
Mm.
Like, it's pretty unimportant, really. Nothing really stands out to you.
Mhm.
And eventually, even getting to the end of it, nothing looks interesting. The book seems like it's a waste of time.
Hmm.
So now, Killy, you were saying?
I would like to detect magic at a 3rd level.
Okay. What are you wishing to direct your detect magic on?
It was, I think he said there was armor or clothing here.
Also, wait, you're wanting to do detect magic at 3rd level?
I don't know, that's what it says I could do.
You can do dispel magic at a 3rd
Oh,
level.
dispel magic. Is it? I can't. Am I reading?
Which one is it?
I don't know. Are you reading?
Wasn't detect magic? Is detect magic first level?
I think.
Or can you use it at higher levels?
I don't
I
know.
think-
Because it says I can detect magic as an action.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's a spell that you have. It's a 1st level spell.
okay, 1st level spell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd like to detect magic on the armor or whatever sort of clothing you said was in the room.
Mhm.
Clothing under the armor.
So, with detect magic, it'll work on everything within 30 feet of you, like a sphere. So, as you go and cast detect magic, you're immediately you see that there is a faint magical aura kind of permeating the building.
Hmm.
But you don't really get much more information than that. It doesn't seem like this whatever magic is affecting the building belongs to any particular school of magic.
Hmm.
So, like, is it a literal field of magic, like around the tower, or just something
Generally
that
speaking,
affects?
yeah. Like the whole tower seems to be magical in some way.
Oh, I see. This tower seems to have a magical aura around it.
That's so.
Yes. We can just look around the tower, see if anything is casting or just dispelling such aura.
I mean, I prefer not to waste too much time here. I just wanted to stop in with the rest of you to see if there was anything useful we could take.
Is there an upstairs to the tower? Do we see that? Or is it just one floor?
There is no upstairs to this tower. It's just a single floor. It doesn't seem like there's any, like, at least not immediately obvious, there doesn't seem to be any roof access.
You said there was clothes and armor around, right?
Yeah, there's about 8 different sets of armor with clothes inside of them.
Do I see any,
armor.
like, medium armor, like breastplate, maybe?
Roll me a investigation check, please.
Damn it, not investigation again.
Are they all cursed?
+2.
If they were cursed, you would have seen an aura around them.
That's a 13 total.
13 total. So, looking around, you would find that of a freaking brain. Come on, catch up with me.
Brain?
I hate when my brain doesn't keep up with my mouth. It makes things unnecessarily difficult.
You can do it, Arx. I believe in you.
Saying we can take all 8 pieces of armor just in case, right?
Huh. So, looking around, you do see that of what seems to be some hide armor.
Hmm.
Before eventually looking around a bit further, before finding some scale mail.
Scale mail. Finally some armor I can use. I'm taking it. It's mine. You can't have it.
Okay.
But actually,
Immediately, you would
out of
the item.
character,
Okay.
out of character, I would take it without hesitation. Is it like on a pedestal or like a display that I can see?
No.
No.
It's just like the rest of the armor here, though the clothes inside are noticeably nicer than the clothes found on the other suits of armor.
If Sofir can't see anything around it that would be concerning, then he would just
So-
take it.
What's the total that you rolled again?
13.
13 total? Looking through the clothes, they look to be military attire. You see that of a small combat medal is still emblazoned on the actual shirt.
This is weird.
Do you mind rolling me a history check?
What? That is a 19 plus 2.
So, 21 total?
Yes. Oh, why is my brain like, what is 19 plus 2? Yeah, 21.
Dear Lord, man. I would expect that kind of math from Tomoe. I'm sorry. But
Listen, you, my brain no work good all time.
No work, jelly brain.
Too bad.
too bad. Get Tomoe, brain.
Get Tomoe brain nerd.
Too bad.
All right.
So, looking at this medal, it kind of takes you a minute to kind of, glancing it over, looking at, the designs of it, to recognize that this is that of a Medal of Valor for having fought in the Battle of Groll. Groll having been named after this rather large conflict between this rather massive tribe of orcs trying to go through an elven territory. These medals were granted to those who helped put a stop to the conflict and survived to tell the tale.
Looking at the armor and all the other clothes around, do I see like any signs of a battle, struggle, blood, anything?
No.
Oh, that's infinitely more concerning. That's infinitely more concerning.
With looking around, the more you look at the armor, like a lot of these armors are in places you would expect people to have been standing at. Like Calico, with him looking over this this journal. It's kind of like around the general like center of well, not really center, but like up against one of the walls.
Mm.
The paper just kind of the book kind of laid off to the side. You see that of one of these suits next to that of a weapon rack with a weapon that's currently knocked over on the ground. It's a halberd. You've got that of two sets of clothes standing on opposite sides of the door, just on the interior.
So, I do see the journal that Calico had, right?
Yeah, you do.
Hmm.
Calico is likely still holding it, but never really found anything in it.
Okay, so two things. First off, Sofir is definitely going to be putting on that armor because that guy's not using it anymore.
Mine now.
Listen, the dead don't need this. I do.
Mhm.
Gimme.
So I'm just going to add
Armor.
said scale mail.
Yep, scale mail.
Okay, regular old scale mail added to my equipment. Yay! Now I have 16
How
AC.
long before we turn into pedestals? Not pedestals, but
And while Sofir is putting on the armor, he'll be like facing towards Calico. Like, did you see anything unusual while you were in here looking around before?
Yeah. The only thing that looked slightly significant was this book. Here. Check it out. He hands him the book.
Sofir will crack it open and start looking through.
Roll me investigation again.
Can I help him with investigation?
Yes, please.
what
In this
weapons
case,
are
I
here?
would allow it. It makes sense for you to like point out stuff that you've already looked through and go from there.
All right.
So Sofir, you get to do this with advantage. Killy, Natsu, what are you guys doing?
You said weapons, right?
Yes.
First roll. That's a nat 1.
What weapons?
Thank you for the help action, Calico.
So if you're wondering what weapons are inside of this place, there are spears, halberds, and a warhammer.
Damn.
So the
What's
first
a war?
and
What's
investigation.
that look like? And can Natsu use it?
You're wondering what the warhammer looks like?
Yeah.
Is it like two-handed or?
Yeah, warhammers are versatile. So they don't have to be two-handed, but they are better if you do use them two-handed.
Okay. So out of the weapons, I'm going to look at the halberd and warhammer. If Natsu would like to join me.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
I'll definitely join you. I want to look at the warhammer.
All right.
We'll take a look.
So, Sofir, you look through the journal with the help of Calico, and eventually reach the last page. A lot of the previous pages going by a general format of nothing to report when there is indeed nothing to report.
Mm-hmm.
Before eventually you get to the last page. The last page similarly reads like it says nothing to report. But kind of looking at the page, kind of feeling it out, you can see indentations like there was writing on the page. You know, if you write particularly hard on a piece of paper, it'll indent the paper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that on the page. You can see there was a ton of writing on this page at some point that has just vanished and is now just saying nothing to report.
That's concerning. Do I have... I've got a question. Do I have anything...
Mhm.
Is there any part of, like, a tinderbox that could be used to mark pages, so to speak? Because, like, I know it's got flint, and tinder. Could I use the flint to, like, mark over the pages? Kind of like what you would do with coal, except I don't have coal in this context.
Let's see.
Or is there...
I have.
Do I
See
have...
all the stuff that is
I have
within
ink and
a
a dart,
tinderbox.
Actually,
And taking out your old legacy one. What's that in a tinderbox? Contains flint, fire, steel, and tinder. I mean, I think I could allow it with like a particularly like dusty flint.
I mean, I haven't really used it at all. I've just been using prestidigitation to light things, so it's been untouched for quite a while.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay. Or
Okay.
actually, in that line of thought, could I use prestidigitation to just make it dirty with coal dust?
I think I would allow it, considering prestidigitation allows you to soil things.
Okay, then, you will remain unused, tinderbox.
tinderbox.
Why would I ever look in my inventory for things? Prestidigitation answers all of my questions. Alright, so I go through, like, each page, quickly casting prestidigitation with coal dust to see if anything turns up.
So, as you go through a lot of the previous pages, you do uncover some writing, though none of it seemed particularly important. It's like they were about to write something, but it kind of looks like it got erased like midway through it. Though you can see that it seems to be from misspelling a word. As in trying to write nothing to report, but instead of that, they write like noting to report. So it just went to note and then got erased to be replaced with nothing to report. This kind of continues up until the last page.
Okay.
Where when you go and soil that one, the coal dust kind of fills into all the indentations on the page. As you see that the writing does not fit within like the general lines that all of this is kind of filled in. The writing is not neat and orderly. It's almost manic. Like just almost like crazed scribbles.
I'm sure this will be very illuminating.
Just as something to report.
Just means gone. They're all gone. I don't know where they've gone. Everyone is gone. Everything happened so suddenly. Everything's gone. Where have they gone? Everything is gone. Where? And it stops.
Got him too. Now they're gone.
Something to report.
I think I know what's going on in the meta, and
No, you don't. I
I don't like it. I
know what you're thinking it is. It's not.
It's not?
I'm
not going to throw that at a bunch of new players.
I don't think I like that you know what I was thinking, because that means whatever it actually is probably worse.
It's not.
It's not worse.
Okay, last question for Sofir is going to be...
I'm just gonna send a thing to you to see if we're thinking along the same wavelengths.
No, I was not thinking that.
Not thinking that. Curious. Then we were not on the same wavelength.
So Sofir's gonna start. Sofir is gonna, upon doing that, he's gonna turn to the rest of the group and say, Can you all do me a favor? Start looking at the ground around you.
Stares at the ground.
Staring at the ground. Do we see
I
anything on the
mean-
ground?
And as sorry.
I was gonna say, each of you go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception.
I would also like to contextually say that as he does this, he like brings out another torch and lights it. And you said perception?
Yes, please.
I'm amazing at those.
Perception.
Natsu, are you still with us? You've been muted for a while.
Yes, I am
That is-
still here.
That is a
Wanted to be sure, because I said for everyone to roll me perception.
that is a 14 plus 8, which is 22.
I got it. 10 total.
Oh no.
22, 10. What about you, Calico?
Oh,
I don't see anything.
23 total?
There's nothing wrong here.
Calico,
Fine.
what'd you get?
Oh, total 19.
19. Wow.
Good perceptions
So
all around.
10, 19, 22, 23.
Good perceptions all around.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Keely.
I got 23.
Everything's fine.
Keely, you look around the ground. You don't really spot anything strange.
Nothing suspicious.
For you, Calico, similarly, you don't really spot anything strange either.
Hmm.
Though, for you two, Sofir and Natsu,
Yes.
as you guys are looking around the ground, you, thankfully with the light kind of making it a bit easier to spot, and kind of using the general dust that's kind of left here in the tower floor, you can see like very old footprints that are kind of made in the dust. And
Those.
keeping general track of your own footprints, Sofir, and just kind of tracing back the footprints that Calico's made, looking through everything, you could see at some point, like, some other figure had walked in here and then immediately walked out. Well, either immediately or they stood around for a bit and then walked out. Regardless, they took like 4 steps in the room and then left.
I hate that.
Uh-oh.
Well, we already know there's magic around here, but yeah.
Do these footprints look like recent?
The footprints have a slight layer of dust below them, so they definitely look old. Like, not as old as all the armor and stuff that's sitting around here, but it definitely looks like it's been a while. Maybe around the same-ish time frame, give or take, like maybe like a few weeks.
That's recent enough for Sofir. He looks to the rest of the group and says, "We should probably be quick about whatever we're gonna do here."
All right then. Can I inspect the halberd real quick?
Sure.
In what condition is it? Does it look nice or?
So, yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier, looking over the halberd, it, like, compared to a lot of the stuff that was outside, which, all the stuff outside is in a state of disrepair, a lot of the equipment looks fine, pretty well preserved. Like, it's not like a masterwork by any means, but, I mean, as far as halberds go, it works.
Then I will pick it up and then immediately leave.
Okay.
While
well,
instructing, yes, Natsu to do the same.
you've gained a halberd.
+1
Wait.
help.
What about I do?
So I'm saying, okay, Natsu, take the warhammer, and we're going to leave immediately.
Do I equip?
I mean, do you want to equip it?
How do I, like?
So you went and grabbed a warhammer then.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing you've gone and added it to your inventory?
How do you do that?
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, you said equip earlier, so
I
I thought you'd
know
already.
what to do, so I'm like,
It's okay.
equip backpack. I don't know.
So you're in the inventory tab, right?
Yes.
In the big old box is the inventory. You should see on the top right it has a button that says Manage Inventory, right?
Okay.
Yeah, click that. And under the filter thing, you type in Warhammer. It should be the top result.
Mhm.
Warhammer.
How many Warhammer? 40,000.
At least.
You can click
least.
Add.
I'll add it to my equipment.
Yeah.
She did it.
And if you wish to, be wielding the Warhammer, then you go and click the little square on the left inside your little equipment
Okay.
box.
Get it.
Yeah.
It is now in my hands, but I will not use it unless I have to.
Hooray. You got a Warhammer.
Warhammer.
Congratulations. All right.
Okay.
So, with that all being said and done, so you guys from the side of things are leaving the building?
Pretty much
Yeah.
investigating as quick as we
Yeah.
can before we leave. Or at least I am. Sofir
Mhm,
sees all this good equipment, he's not going to let a potential investment go to waste, so he would try to find
Okay, gotcha.
he would try to find at least a sword or something else that he can use aside from his rapier, just in case.
Mhm. That's it.
Mhm.
Find me a shotgun.
Sofir, I will allow you to roll me one more investigation check.
Alright, this is where it all goes downhill.
Spot
Do
the
we all roll?
boomerang.
Yeah,
No, just Sofir.
that's a 10 total. I got an 8.
10 total. You
No
unfortunately do not
boomerangs.
find any new blades.
Dang it.
Damn it.
That's sad.
I can't look for anything.
I mean, I'd already mentioned the stuff that you had found within here,
Aw,
Calico.
damn.
And
There
I'm
were some
guess
halberds, some spears, and there was that warhammer.
and I'm guessing that investigation would apply to anything else he would have wanted to look for, like food or potions or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it. Alright.
Just generally
I don't
exploring the
think it would
place.
be-
It's fairly barren. Like, there's equipment and there's freaking, like, armor. There's armor and weapons, and that's kind of about it.
Okay. In that
I'll
case,
say, to you, Sofir,
Hmm?
that would probably be enough to strike you as odd, considering this is a tower in the middle of nowhere with no storage space and multiple people standing around with, like, proper equipment seemingly protecting nothing.
yep, that's real weird. Shame Sofir isn't looking to get vaporized today.
Someone just walked in
So,
and disintegrated all of them.
so basically with this, Sofir would take a bit more time looking around to double check while ensuring that everybody else is making their way out. Effectively, he's becoming the anchor, and he'll be the last one out.
Okay. So, with that, I believe everyone, you start making your way out of the tower.
Yeah.
Yee.
Just waiting on Sophia.
Okay.
Sofir.
Natsu, from the sound of things, I think you're probably one of the first to leave.
Okay.
And it would be between you and Kelly. So, Natsu, do you mind rolling me a perception check?
Sure. Let me do a nice perception check for ya.
Yeah.
Perceive the veil.
Good thing I'm not going out first.
Can't wait for this tower to collapse on me.
It's even too well.
20
The
total.
whole
20 total. Dirty 20. Lovely.
Yeah.
good thing it wasn't me.
So, as you go and you start making your way out, you do eventually notice that, like, kind of like, slightly hidden within the grass, just outside the entrance of the tower, you notice a small, slightly rusted over pin laying in the dirt.
What's this?
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing you pick it up?
Yes.
Hey, rusted what now?
It's a pin,
Okay.
like a decorative pin.
I think I'll add this to my collection.
Looking it over, it looks like a box with what could best be described as maybe thorns kind of encompassing the box.
Hey, Sophia!
A little bramble box?
Sophia!
Coming out. Just
Look
keeping.
what I found!
Sofir's just coming out, like keeping his head on a swivel, ensuring that nothing is coming behind them.
Look what I found!
What's this? He'll take it and just kind of examine it.
Yeah, Sophia, this this pin looks familiar to you.
I'm sorry?
Considering your confusion here, do you mind rolling me history?
Oh, no.
Yeah, sure,
Not
I'll roll
the
history.
Where's
Let's
the
see,
red cap?
what's my history
It's been,
again?
like, extremely.
It's a +2, so 14 total.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that this is the symbol for the Thorn Vault.
That's strange. Why would this be here? Kind of looks back at the tower as he examines the pin, just like, what is going on in this place? I'm guessing I'm not able to glean anything further than that, other than it's just from Thorn Vault.
Yeah, nothing else. I just wanted to ask, are you going to be closing the door behind you on the way out? Or are you just going to leave it flapping in the wind?
What a specific question. I'll close the door like a good boy. My mom raised me better than that.
I realize that came in a lot more specific than I really intended, but I mean, you closed the door.
I closed the door.
We all.
My mom is so proud of me beyond the grave.
Oh, I raised you to have such good manners. What a good man you've grown up to be.
In the afterlife, Sophia's mom's just like, why can't you be more like your brother?
Damn. That's the voice you
Dang.
hear in your head after that.
Well, I couldn't give you more like your sibling.
All right. I guess we're making our way back to the cart then.
They understand what they've got. They've got it all together. You. Yeah, can you imagine?
Why don't you get a job in the afterlife, sweet daughter of mine? I raised you better than this.
No.
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 So what
Anyway.
happens inside the tower?
Anyway.
Besides me realizing I asked a oddly specific question,
Anyway.
with that, sorry, Sofir, you said not something, not Sofir. Killy, you said something.
Well, yeah, it was strange that you asked if he would close the door. Does the door have something to do with it? Because I'm confused.
I think it might have been unintentional for him to be that specific about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong.
There's an internal debate within my mind, and I will not tell you if it is a case of do I let them know that it was completely on accident? Or do I let them know that nothing about this was on accident?
Everything inside gets vaporized.
Well, I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to spend a bunch more time faffing about here.
I mean, if you're gonna give us the opportunity, once Sofir closes the door, he will open it again just to see if anything's changed. Not like wholly open, just like enough to shove the torch in through the doorway and see anything.
Yeah, I mean, you go and open the door again, and kind of take a peek inside, and nothing's changed.
Okay. And then one last test. Sofir is gonna open the door enough that the hole of his arm can go through, and he's gonna throw the torch as far into the tower as he can.
Okay. So
It's
you
a magic.
chuck the torch into the tower. You know, its wood clanks against the stone floor. Fire spits out some cinders. Nothing happens.
Now you're blind.
Well, good enough for me. Closes the door and begins walking back to the cart.
Begins like trying to in pitch black now. Because you threw your torch away.
We still have the other torch. I gave it to Natsu. I pulled out another torch for my own convenience, and that's the one I threw in.
We can just lead him back to the cart.
Well, with that, you all go and leave the tower, because it doesn't seem like anyone's staying.
No.
No, it's very boring.
It's a very strange tower. As you're leaving now, so you see the red cap has been just waiting outside.
Oh,
So, lass, how was tower exploration?
I got a new hammer.
A lovely hammer. Great for bashing in skulls
Yeah.
and breaking bones. Can never go wrong with going and decompressing someone's ribcage.
I'll smash him all to pieces.
Ah, that a girl.
You sure will,
Bring 'em
Natsu.
all to bits.
Then no one will survive. They'll be crushed below.
Carnage!
Someday I'm gonna get this girl therapy.
Carnage for any who get in your way.
Did you say something, Sofir?
Nothing you need to worry about.
Oh, okay then.
Back to keeping secrets.
Oh well.
So much for turning on a better leaf. Whatever. Either way, with that, you all make your way back to the cart. Hutchins is currently just rocking back and forth in his seat as he sees you. It's like, welcome back. Hi.
I see a whole lot of nothing happened here. Good to know.
Lara looks back, just her face just exhausted. She's like, oh, you have no idea. Sofir, the nothing. I did my best, but I couldn't defeat it in time.
I'll make sure to inscribe on your tombstone, died because she can't entertain herself.
But now the nothing has been slayed and has been replaced by something.
Oh no! What could the nothing have been replaced by?
By something wonderful. As she goes and pinches your cheek. And full of bloodlust.
What would that be?
You. She's talking about you.
Me? Why?
Because whenever you show up, my life gets more interesting. And whenever he shows up, my life gets more complicated. As Layra looks to you, Sofir.
Like my nubs?
Yep,
Like
that's...
your nubs.
Yep, that's me. Complicating every matter, don't I?
Oh, shut it. I'll complicate you.
You don't know what complicate...
Are you sure?
Hey, Alas! Give him some violence!
I don't think you know what complicate means.
Can I test out my new warhammer on you?
You hit me with that hammer, I'll take it from you.
Oh, no, that's not right to take away someone's favorite weapon. It is a crime, I tell you.
Why don't you just go hit one of the
Can I
many
test
trees around?
No, I know he's trying to make a good point, but a tree doesn't try to fight back or scream when you hit it. Or have the potential to scream when you hit it.
I hate him so much.
I'd like to see the damage on a tree.
You know what? I guess I'll attack the dumb tree.
Hey, trees are
Try
living...
to send it flying.
Trees are living things, don't you know? They have feelings. Which means they can also feel fear.
She hits the tree in.
So do I equip it, like hit the little checkbox to use it on
Yes.
the
Yes.
tweet?
Yep.
Okay.
You do that. Once you do that, if you move over to actions, you'll see your Warhammer is sitting right there with the proper, stuff needed for what you need to roll.
Okay. Alright.
Send it flying.
So it sounds like you checked it.
Give me a moment.
Okay. Giving you a moment.
So 25 total to reach. Or hit or something.
To hit.
And
To hit the very stationary tree. Unless we've secretly been surrounded by tree monsters.
It's a bunch of tree blights.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. She just hits a random tree in.
Oh gosh, turns out to be an ent.
The big reveal. We've been in Curse of Strahd all along.
So do I do the 1d8 plus 3 or the 1d10 plus 3?
So you'll notice on the right within the notes it says that your warhammer is versatile, right? So next to the damage, you see it has 3 little words.
Where? Okay, versatile. I see it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. You're okay. So, versatile means that there's multiple ways to go about wielding the weapon. And in this case, you can either wield it with one hand or both of your hands. One-handed will give you the 1d8. Two-handed will give you the 1d10.
I'll do the 1d10.
Okay. Well, then you already rolled a hit, and you definitely hit. So go ahead and roll me damage.
I mean, the tree's not moving anywhere, so.
Yeah.
13 total.
How much total?
13 total.
Max damage. Lovely.
That's insane.
She's gonna send that tree to the
So-
next continent.
You rear back with your new warhammer, sitting in your hands. As you blow by with a mighty swing, and just hear a loud crack as you basically tear a chunk out of the tree.
Yay!
Timber.
Breaks the weapon.
The tree does not fall, but it now has a small chunk of itself missing now.
Mm.
Though I do think it would be much better if I could do it on a person.
Well, there are no people out here right now.
Remember your
Yeah.
remember
I
your
mean, there
promise,
are the
Natsu.
undead wandering about.
But we have a healer!
No attacking
So-
innocent people. You promised.
Oh, we have a healer! Please, Sofir, they can heal you!
To an extent, yes, but.
Natsu, let me ask you one very important question. I've done nothing wrong to you. Do you consider me an innocent person?
Yeah?
Then you shouldn't attack me, as per your promise, right?
But I just wanted to test out the new Warhammer!
We'll get to test it out as soon as we reach the boat.
Tell you what. First enemy we come across that's actively hostile, you get first dibs. How's that sound?
Got it!
I mean, at least you get to test it on someone, but dear old Sofir just does not seem to understand.
I know.
I wonder how much you'll put up with this. You're definitely a bit better than all of these fellas here, but it pays to be friendly, at least for now.
The day I snap, he's the first to go.
Well, maybe not. So let's talk a bit in the cart once we all start heading off again.
Okay.
As this is going on, Lara looks to you, Calico. Hey, you with the tail.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I don't think me and you have ever really gotten acquainted.
I don't think so.
Well,
Hmm.
I'm sure you've heard it enough times from that knucklehead, as she points over to Sofir.
I see.
But
Sofir.
name's Lyra.
Oh.
Consider me a informant.
Oh, I see. Right, Lyra. I guess this is more an official introduction. I'm Calico. Calico Fluffy Paws. Nice to meet you.
Fluffy paws, huh?
Yes.
And you fight with your fists?
I was. Not a bit of both now. Now that I have this. Shows the Morning Star.
Shows off noodle bops. I see. Well, I mean, you've certainly been an interesting asset to the team. I'll give you that much.
Yeah. I'm still a bit sad that Noodle Boobs is gone.
She gives a solemn nod. Yeah. Regardless, why don't you come up here and coach? We can continue talking as we
Right.
make our way.
He climbs on like not like on top of it, like kind of on the roof, like right behind the coach, and he's like crisscross sitting down like on top of the roof this time.
Lair just shrugs. I guess that works. So, anyway, the ride begins. And I'm going to be doing some stuff with the red cap, but Killy, Sofir, feel free to interject any of Natsu's comments that she may make.
Yeah, I will.
Unless you two plan on doing any kind of
Let me
conversing.
check it out on you so bad.
I will say, since Sophia is now aware of something influencing Natsu in some capacity, he's gonna be, like, listening in very intently.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, with his perception, it's kind of nutty, 18 passive.
Mm-hmm. So, lass,
Mhm.
this Sofir fella's got me a little worried for you.
How so?
See, like, he seems like a fine guy, fairly upstanding.
Yeah, I suppose he is like that.
It's just, I don't think he's really raising you right for the kind of potential you have.
I kind
I
of
mean-
wish that I had a parent or something.
Well, I mean,
I don't know much about them, but they're supposed to teach you right or wrong and be there to comfort you.
well, I mean, let's see. When you, well, let's see. When you were feeling bad, after a certain somebody went and got themselves hurt against your wishes, who was there for you? When you were wondering what you should be doing next, who helped to, give you some advice?
You?
That's right. Be correct on both accounts, actually.
Damn.
No, I understand. This Sofir fella, he's trying to fill that role, but
He ain't your papa.
I know that.
Oh, I'll
He's
kill him so bad.
Look, he can try his best to film the role, but the Redcap kind of looks around for a bit before he kind of leans into you, his eyes almost flashing with like a fiery glow for a moment. Ain't nothing compared to the real thing.
I bet. When I do get to find out who my parents are, or even meet them someday, I'm gonna give them the biggest hug that I can.
I can't wait.
Can Sofir chime in upon hearing that?
I mean, you're free to chime in whenever.
Okay. Once Natsu says that, is that something you've been worried about?
About what?
Finding your parents.
Kind of.
Understandable. I know what it's like to not fully know your parents. I didn't even fully know my own mother before she died.
Well, before I even found you guys with Noodle, I just kinda wandered around in the forest. And just lived in a cave.
As long as you survived, that's the important part.
But someday, I want to find my parents. And be able to have a home to go back to.
That's a good dream to have.
Hmm.
If you'll have me, I'd be more than willing to help you.
I also want to be the strongest. And I'll tear down anyone who gets in my way.
You sure will, Firecracker?
That's a good nickname for the lass. Though, I'll tell you, you've certainly got a very warm home to come back to. Once, the way is open. Now,
Nobody's gonna not die.
oh, don't worry, lass, you'll be fine. Oh,
Truth be told, I've actually almost died before.
Yep, you sure did.
yes, you have.
It was not fun.
Yeah, pain sucks, doesn't it?
Maybe eventually we can get you to take it in stride. I mean, pain has its place. You can use it to fuel you. I mean, imagine getting hit in the stomach so much it makes you want to lose your lunch, and then subsequently using that pain to hit someone hard enough in the stomach that they no longer have a stomach.
That also just gave me an idea. What if I decide to headbutt an enemy at full strength and full power, and I use my horns to ram into them?
Probably cause some major damage that way.
Now that's thinking with your head.
Gotta put those nubs to good use. Besides, they are sharp.
Don't worry, lass. There'll be a bit more than nubs, by the time, your little transition is complete. Give a few more hours or so.
Okay.
I wish I could.
The hearts of anyone who gets in my way with these horns.
I wish I could talk to your Sofir friend, fella. I feel like me and him would have some interesting conversations.
Can you talk to him through a dream? That way he doesn't decide to kill you?
Well,
Why would I kill anyone?
I will say, lass, I'm sure some part of you is always known. But it, I'm fairly sure you've figured out that I'm not quite a normal red cap.
I suppose, but most of my memories from back in the Fey realm are pretty much blocked. So it's really, really hard for me to remember.
And
Wait,
I understand that, lass, and it
Wait, you were in the
tears
Fey
apart
realm?
my heart to hear that.
Huh?
You were actually
Yeah.
in the Fey realm?
Yeah?
How on earth did you make it out of there?
Well,
I mean, you wouldn't remember it, but it'd be a help to my assistance and your cunning. Or, I guess, less cunning and just more general raw strength.
well, I could tell you about how I got there.
Only if you want to.
Yeah, I have no problem telling you. I just wasn't sure if you'd be open to knowing.
Hey, I opened
This
it.
would be a story that the rest of your companions would be interested in hearing. You make this a big old story time for everybody.
Yeah.
Let them interject what they want.
I mean, if I'm being fair, I did open up to you about my past. And I did that of my own volition. So if you want to tell me about yours, I'd be more than happy to listen.
Okay. So, a long time ago, I used to look very different.
As this is going
I
on,
used to only have like an animal form.
I'm going to stop you for a second, Natsu.
Yeah.
As this is going on, Blair is kind of hearing this as she's been talking to you, Calico.
Mm-hmm.
As she's like, hold that thought. As Blair kind of leans back to hearing all this, like, what are we talking about back here? Secrets? Ways to collapse the government? Yeah, consider me in.
The only thing
As she just leans against the wall.
the only thing collapsing around here is the sense of privacy.
There's no privacy when you're in a group like this.
I'm just talking about my past. Is that okay?
It's fine.
Hey, I mean, we got no rules on this trip.
I just wasn't sure if you'd be comfortable sharing that with everyone.
I don't mind. They can hear for all I care.
I mean, it'd be pretty hard not to hear it.
It's fine.
Then by all means.
For a moment, Lyra looks over to you, Kelly. How you doing, cleric? Still with us, or are you meditation?
Meditation.
He's dead. I
Meditation,
killed
it is
him.
then. Alright, go ahead and lay it on us, Legault.
Alright then. So, back to what I was saying. A long time ago, I used to look very different. I used to have giant furry paws. And I kind of walked on all fours. Though, until one day I kind of came across a really mysterious dark cave.
Okay.
And inside that cave, it was like the deepest depths of the forest is where it was. At first, I kind of just saw shadows out of the corner of my eyes. And I kind of slowly began to confront these mysterious shadows. After I followed them, they led me to the cave. As if they were, like, calling me. Kind of as if someone tied a rope around you and just beckoned you to go there.
Sofir seems to perk up upon
So-
hearing that as like, yeah, I'm real familiar with that.
So they drew you in.
After I ventured through the cave, I encountered so many different beasts. Some were kind of mean and hostile, and others were just scared of me.
I mean, you
The
are.
further I went, the more I kind of saw a light. What were you gonna say, Sofir?
No, nothing important. I was just gonna say you are pretty scary when you want to be.
When I followed the light, it led me into a really big room with a stony wall, and it had a lot of moss. And it was covered, like from the ceiling to the walls, with different colored crystals.
Sounds
I
fun.
In the
mean,
middle of the room,
sounds
the
like a good way
room
to get rich.
stood a seed that was kind of really settled into like this old pedestal thingy. Or at least it looked like a seed to me. It was small, but it was shaped weirdly.
I'm sorry, all I can imagine is that seed looking like the last Truffula seed from the Lorax.
Never seen the
No.
Lorax.
I thought it was food, so I ate it.
You know,
After
sometimes I wonder how you
went
survived this long.
After I ate it, I kind of became very dizzy, and I kind of just blacked out. Next thing I knew, I was somewhere else. There were tons of fields, and trees, and mushrooms.
Did you get high?
No,
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Nice.
it was genuinely amazing. It was so peaceful there.
I mean, your memory's good, lass, though that peaceful memory only lasted a good 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Why'd you say yeah? I didn't say anything.
Most of the memories that I have from there are kind of faded, and I can't really remember much. But, I remember before I came back here that there was like a formation of rocks, and there was like a bunch of vines covering it. After I kind of fixed it up, I found myself back here. In the same room where I fell asleep or something.
Aye, lass, you found an old gateway between the realms. Been damaged over time, but at most you just needed to find wherever the actual portal lie.
After I woke back up, I kind of noticed that I looked more human-like instead of animal.
Aye, it was certainly a peculiar sight. Probably got those bits from me. None of your animal-like bits came from your dear mother.
Do you miss how you used to be?
I don't know.
I mean, that form came with its advantages. You were definitely faster back then, but I don't think you would hit nearly as hard as you do now.
Yeah, you're right.
Right about what? I didn't say anything.
Back then, I was a lot faster because I was on all fours.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the same kind of speed as your calico friend there. Yeah, he's a prime example of the kind of speed you can manage, though I think you managed to somehow maintain that part of yourself if you really focus. Quite a dangerous combination, if I do say so myself.
No, I am curious. Since you know me from back then, how long was I in the Fey realm for?
There's a brief moment in which Susie kind of caught the red cap off guard for a second. It's like, oh, well, kind of goes and scratches the back of his head.
Yeah, you know, I'm real curious about that
this is gonna-
myself.
This is going to be a lot to hear, lass.
That's okay with me.
It just saddens me to hear that all this time is blipped from your memory. But you were in there for a good 200 or so years?
2 years?
That's a lot of years.
Aye, lass, and because of that, see, I was hoping to try and get you out of there at a sooner point, but you weren't exactly learning as fast as you needed to, and, well, unfortunately my wish of getting you to eventually see your beloved mother had passed a good 120 years ago.
So you knew my parents?
I've hinted at quite a few things involving your folks, dear lass.
No, but you knew them?
I'd say I knew one of them quite well, yes.
I'm guessing you're implying that whoever's talking to you that I can't see has some connection to your past.
Yeah.
So why don't they just tell you?
My parents.
I mean,
What?
why don't they just tell you what they know? If you're still looking for answers, that means they're probably dancing around the topic for one reason or another. Seems a bit insensitive if you ask me to keep that secret from you when you're so desperately searching for answers.
Who knows?
Well done, Sofir, well done.
I got my chance, you son of a bitch.
I was waiting for so long.
I got my
you have to flip the
chance.
script on this guy eventually.
I needed a good opportunity, and I finally got it.
Finally.
Alright, sorry, Natsu, that we were all talking over you. Go ahead.
Can you tell me who my father is?
Yeah, Can you?
There's a bit of a smirk on his face as he says, like, well, lass, I tried hinting at it for a while now, but I guess you didn't quite catch on.
No, I'm kind of dense. Sorry.
you're
He
not
kind of
dense.
chuckles. I'd say you're a little slow on the uptake, but when you need to be, you can be quite smart. People just need to be patient with you. But, as I've been trying to be for you. You may or may not believe this, but I am actually your dear old father.
Well, guess you just got some
No,
kind of
I know it's a lot-
revelation.
And
My dad?
Pretty big revelation,
Lass,
apparently.
Though, I don't exactly look like this. I originally took this form back then because you were rather alarmed by anything that wasn't like you'd already seen, and you'd run across a group of red caps that were going around, doing some stuff. Yeah, I showed up as one of them to go and lead you away from a bad situation. I've kind of kept up the look ever since to maintain consistency, but I wasn't expecting to have to keep this going for so long.
Can I see your actual form then?
Just
Well,
staring
yes,
back and forth.
I'd want to. I really do want to.
Ah.
I can give you, like, a brief description.
I think that sounds like a relatively reasonable request, Natsu. You deserve to see who your supposed father really is. It's only fair.
So, I'm a little bit taller than your average man.
So you're very tall.
I've got that of red skin to me. I've got
Red
that
skin?
of. I've got 4 horns. I got 2 up the front, like the little nubbins you've got growing yourself. An extra 2 off to the sides.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Wait, how many?
You said for me to wait?
Yeah, repeat that.
I've got red skin.
Red skin,
I've got 4 horns.
4
2 in the
horns.
front and 2 to my sides. My eyes look like that of a red dragon's.
Your eyes look like a red dragon's.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time, you'll find me wearing that of my armored suit. And I know you might think that, that means my actual armor, but have you ever seen any of those fancy people walking around in, like, well, a suit and tie? You familiar with those?
No, really.
Ask Sofir to tell you what a suit and tie looks like. He could probably give you a good description.
Sofir, what's a suit and tie?
It's like a really nice piece of clothing. You know how he'll like... he'd be like holding his jacket at this point since he put on the armor. You know how this jacket of mine can zip up to cover more of my body?
Yeah.
Think of it kind of like that, except, instead of a zipper, it's got buttons. And a tie is more for formal events, fancy parties and whatnot. Normally, men will wear those on top of this button jacket to make themselves look nicer, more presentable.
So, Dad, you look more presentable?
I generally look a bit classier than a lot of my associates, yes.
Of course, oftentimes people will wear those kinds of suits as a mask of sorts to hide how ugly they really are underneath. I've been to more than my fair share of those occasions. I see how black-hearted they are.
What do you mean by associates, Father?
Well, there are plenty of those that are beneath me. Those who help me along with my goals. Though they're less concerned about being presentable and more concerned about trying to squeeze, every inch, out of me of whatever power they can gain. I mean, I understand, I'll help them where I can, but, they seem to not really care about how they show themselves to others.
Oh, okay.
There's actually a really interesting correlation between a person's clothes and how nice they are. Generally speaking, the nicer and fancier the clothes are, the more ugly the interior.
What do you mean the more ugly the interior?
No, I'm just
I see
saying.
what he's doing.
I'm just saying. I've worked a long time as an assassin. You see a lot of corrupt nobles, kings, queens, etc., all dressing as nicely as possible to hide the monster they are underneath.
What would you?
Now, please, I wear my monstrous side front and center for everyone to see.
That's not always true.
I mean, you could certainly try and make the same analogy with me, but it's hard to not hide the fact that I'm a monster when, you know, draconic eyes, multiple horns, and red skin.
Of course, speaking as I am, I should say that the monstrous side is often metaphorical. It's not meant to be taken quite literally.
So, Father, you said you're a monster?
I mean, in the eyes of a lot of your folks, yes. I've made some, I'd say, fine decisions in the past. There's a brief moment as he kind of tenses up for a second, where he kind of takes a breath. Your mother, it came to me in a desperate state. And as you ask that, you can kind of see that he kind of tenses up again. And for the first time, he has a bit of difficulty kind of looking you in the eye. Kind of squeezes his eyes tightly. It looks back to you. It's not some memories I'd like to revisit as of yet. But we'll just say that your mother was different than a lot of people I'd interacted with in the past.
What kind of species was my mom?
She was a tabaxi, darling.
Oh, so that's where I get my ears and tail from.
That's right. And in that regard, you look just like her.
What about my eyes? Who are they most like?
Well, they're like your old man's. They're not quite like mine yet, though I'm sure that'll change in time. You got the color right. But anyway, back to the apparel. Now, I say that it was a suit, but to be more accurate, it's armor in the shape of a suit.
Armor in shape of a suit? That's cool.
Now that sounds excessively fancy.
I mean, generally, if you're going to inspire a bunch of people to, copy the way you dress, I mean, might as well keep the image going around.
Do I know Draconic because of you?
Actually, yes. I spent a long time back in the Feywild trying to teach you a way to speak that not many, in the Feywild would understand.
Okay.
Now, I will say, we definitely seem to be taking up a lot of time, and I imagine your companions would be interested in talking amongst themselves for a bit.
Probably. I'm so glad I met you.
I'm sure you are,
You already
Natsu.
have, darling.
Now I feel stronger than I have before. I'm ready to kick some butt.
Can I say something in Draconic?
Go ahead.
In Draconic, I want to say, hope to speak to you in person one day, old man.
And I say this, there's a response. You don't hear it, obviously, but he just gives a response of, don't tell him I say this. I wish to speak to him as well. I
Don't worry,
find
I won't
him
tell him.
rather interesting.
The entire time, Sofir's looking so smug.
There's no, like, aggression in the way that the Red Cap looks. He, like, there's like almost like a, I don't say like a polite smile, but like almost like that playful shrug. Like, yeah, well, I mean, I'd like to do that at some point. Hey, but if need arises, I could speak to him through you. But with this all being said, it is very late. I have like one more thing I wish to try and do, which we are going to try and speed through.
Were we moving that whole time, or?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, we were in the car.
Then we should already be at the ship.
I mean, it has not been multiple days.
And that talking lasted for multiple days.
It did not. No, but I am going to continue on a brief thing because there should not be much left for this. So, as you all continue on, I'll eventually have a chance to go and speak with Tomoe on a one-on-one basis for some other things at some point.
How about
Remind-
tomorrow?
I could do tomorrow, I think.
I will admit I am very tired.
Oh, I know you're tired. I'm trying to end this. But I also want to try and get a certain thing done so we can end at a more convenient spot. Because I keep underestimating how long certain things will take. Because this was meant to have ended like half an hour ago.
All right.
So, whoops.
It's okay. Just keep going. We'll get through this.
So, you guys continue on. Eventually, along the path, you do encounter that of a small sack that is just kind of sitting off in the middle of the woods. Do you do anything with the stack, or do you continue on?
Stack or sack?
A sack.
Like a little satchel.
Like a bag. burlap
I'm
sack.
immediately taking it.
Okay.
Sweet
just
free
go and grab
bag.
the
I'll
sack?
take a look inside it. It's a free bag.
Alright,
Did it have
well,
a
then you go
boomerang in
and
it?
grab the sack.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Boomerang?
So, you go and grab the sack and look inside. The inside of the sack is filled with copper coins.
Oh, damn.
Cash money,
Useless.
cash money.
Useless to me.
Is there any information of who it could belong to of sorts?
There is no denotation on the bag that indicates who this bag might belong to.
Just free money.
It is just a random burlap sack full of copper pieces.
What?
Sweet free money.
Like
Free
just
money.
out in the middle of nowhere? Cause
Not suspicious at all.
Yep, definitely not suspicious in the slightest.
Hmm.
What
Do
to
you take the burlap sack full of coins, or do you leave it alone?
Can I confirm that it's a real coin?
Going and picking up the coin, kind of try and bend it around. I mean, certainly bends.
Bite the
It
coin.
looks like copper, feels like copper, smells like copper, tastes like copper.
copper.
Taste the coin.
Ingest the copper.
Hey, you gotta know, right?
For all intents and purposes, it is a copper piece.
I will take the sack.
Okay. So you gain that of 340 copper pieces.
Oh, that's way more than I thought it would be.
340?
Yep.
Okay, I'll take it.
That's a
It's
lot of
not
free
bad.
money.
Rich.
That's a lot of moolah.
That's a lot of your mom.
To put it into context, that's worth about 3 gold and 4 silver.
Lyra, we can put a down payment on a house.
Regardless, with that is done. So, moving on to our last thing. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh. Okay. So, as the cart continues to travel, at this point, a few days have passed, by the way. The boat is getting closer and closer, day by day.
Mhm.
As you're traveling throughout the day, you begin to notice a blue mist kind of creeping around the area, seeming to originate from deeper in the woods. With that blue mist, we're going to end this here.
Woo!
And
Okay, I'm gonna very quickly end stream because I have nothing to announce. Any announcements?
goodbye.
Good. Bye, stream. Thanks for watching, except not really, because no one's there.